Alright, we're on everybody. Hey, how's everyone doing? I see on Twitch we see Hoske as always. It's good to see you. Yes, it's happening. Chaos will reign forth. Says Hoske on Twitch, yes. It's been a while, Hey Eric Nguyen. And hey Far Cry Lego. Yeah, it's been good. I've been busy, you could say. I've been busy with some stuff, mainly just life in general, which is why I couldn't attend the Saturday's stream that we usually have. Let's get rid of these Joker jaws before we get on with our topics. Just as I sit down for my break. Oh, that's great. See, perfect timing as always. Well, probably not always, but guess what? It's always a good thing to kind of like match with somebody else. Now, last time we entered this place, we killed these people. I mean, we knocked them out, and I think we went back into this side. And oh right, I'm gonna have to kill these people. I mean, knock them out again. Let's see. Enemies all over this place. Alrighty. So yeah, we're gonna have a lot to talk about. Now, let's just see if we can do this without any failures. It's been a while since I played this. Was it like a week now?
Batman better not try and mess with us.
Okay, let's take this guy down. Just don't turn around, sir. And very nice, very nice. Yeah, we're gonna definitely talk about the whole Oscar situation very soon. I think we should just get rid of these guys. And let's see, hopefully we don't fail. Because if we do, it's gonna be a bad luck. Okay.
Joker was right. I found someone.
Yeah, approach him, please.
Come
All
on,
right,
wake up.
all three of you, huh? Can we do this?
Plan?
No. Oh dang. Wow, that was evil. And we've got one more guy left. See, that didn't take much. Oh gosh, he saw me. How did he even see me? See, that's wild. Anyway, we got rid of him just as I sit down. Oh, that was Nimbus who said that. Oh, that's great. Alright, yeah, let's talk about this situation since we screwed all our enemies here. Yes. Favorite topic. Talking about Cross the Spider-Verse, the movie. For those who don't know, I hate that stupid movie because, well, it stars Miles Morales, who is a fake Spider-Man. Miles Morales is Miles Morales, Peter Parker's Spider-Man, and I'm not even gonna make this about, well, I will make it about Miles Morales for one, because it is a movie that stars him, but anyone who follows me knows that I am anti any sort of non-Peter Spider-Man, because I think the brand has been diluted so much to a point where Spider-Man has totally lost any sense of what it once was. You know, it used to be what Ditko and Stanley, maybe, you know, some people don't want to give Stanley the credit because they think Ditko did all of it, most of it. And I do think that Ditko did a lot of it, sure. But I do think it's also good to mention Stanley sometimes, you know, because I know he's not very gracious about the whole situation, about who got the credit. But I think, despite what we want to say, he still was one of those first guys who did, or I think, yeah, he did have a lot of say in that character. Yeah, Stanley and Steve Ditko co-created the character. They made him about a high schooler who went to school and just fought crime on a street level, and oftentimes this could perhaps go on it could perhaps extend to like a higher dimension, or I guess dimension is kind of overhyping it, but you know, if Spider-Man ever were to go to space, it would be like a part of a Secret Wars event. Things would usually stay street level. He would fight the Sinister Six. It would be crime drama, and then of course later in the 60s and 70s it would actually continue being a lot of crime, since later you had the Kingpin, Gauntlet storylines, Hammerhead, Silvermane, I believe that was his name, with the Fountain of Youth or the Potion of Youth. So yeah, there was a lot of crime in there, and also Jerry Conway, who came in, he added a lot more stuff into it. Hey Eclipse, it's good to see you as well. Yeah, Jerry Conway was one of the guys who kind of took things and made them less about the street level. But even then, most of the storylines were, he did the Clone Saga thing, unfortunately, which Jerry Conway. Yeah, I have a lot of things to say about him, but generally, you know, you could say that perhaps things have always somewhat progressed with Spider-Man in that direction, but there's a clear line being uh, crossed with, well, definitely in the 2000s, where everyone could definitively say that Spider-Man has been ruined and has not recovered since, with the marriage situation with Mephisto, with revealing his identity, secret identity to the world, which secret identities used to be huge in superhero comic books. They used to be the bread and butter of what made them. They were part of the DNA, just like, superpowers were very important to superheroes and action. Secret identities, alter egos were also very crucial, and over time that sort of just disappeared, maybe because of the more current times and social media and cameras being everywhere, and people just thought, okay, maybe having a secret identity isn't as realistic as it once was. But again, that was like the time when everything just hit the garbage can, whatever you want to say it, call it, because you had J. Michael Straczynski, and he wrote a beloved run that I have admittedly not read fully. I've read some of his works on that run, and they were. I have to say, I do think he understands the character. So if somebody tells me, "Oh yeah, it's a great run," and then somebody tells me, but then it got ruined by a lot of editorial work, I'm willing to believe that, although I'm still very much about keeping the accountability intact with even the writers there. But even then, I have to like sometimes understand that, sometimes the editors will just put you through the ringer and force you to write stuff you didn't want to include in the first place. Um, so you had the whole Mephisto marriage, one more day situation. You had the whole Gwen Stacy being secretly in an affair with Norman Osborn, and you had the spider totems, and in the 90s you even had the Web of Life with Madam Web, and that was actually the first time the Spider-Verse concept has ever been introduced. So, since the 90s with the cartoons, since those were very much focused, geared towards kids, they were very much about, of course, creating more ideas that would sell more toys, therefore selling more Spider-Man, was how they got to creating the idea for a Spider-Verse to begin with. And as you can see, it was primarily money driven, but not even in a sense that, hey, let's make a story that's going to sell. They were trying to create a gimmick that would sell even more Spider-Man toys. It was like a gimmick within a gimmick, and at that point it's just like, okay, you're just diluting yourself. And then in the 2000s, for whatever reason, well, thankfully, no one ever revisited the idea for a Spider-Verse, and I don't mean the multiverse, I mean the Spider-Verse, where you have specifically so many different versions of the character throughout all these worlds, and they're all interconnected. Although you could say the Spider Totem already in the 2000s laid the groundwork for that, which for those who don't know, and I'm not, again, this is something from the J. Michael Straczynski's run. He came up with this idea of a spider totem, so I might not be able to tell you exactly what it is to perfection, but I think the general idea is that a spider totem is supposed to be a almost like this destiny thing. So apparently the idea that Peter Parker got bit by a spider was not an accident. Instead, it was not chance, a luck, or a fate, whatever. It was predetermined outcome that is tied to some mystical destiny, mumbo jumbo, and it means that none of it was an accident. It was all predetermined by some, I guess in this case you would say, spider totem. Um, so yeah, that was basically when all this mysticism, all this stuff, all this stuff that made Spider-Man what he was, basically disappeared. And you could say, you could point like a different decades and say, well, the moment they introduced the Venom symbiote when he went to space, that already sort of compromised the character. Or in the 70s when they started introducing a lot more Spider titles, like Spidey team up ones. It wasn't just the Amazing Spider-Man, or when they started introducing Spectacular Spider-Man comic books that would run alongside the Amazing Spider-Man ones. You could say they were diluting the brand there. And I think there's something to be said about that, sure. But when it comes to keeping the character intact, keeping the character consistent, on brand, it totally lost track of that with the cartoon, which ironically enough had a lot of episodes that try to stay true to the original. But again, that toy component made it so that it totally lost track, or it opened up a Pandora's box, okay? And that sort of just paved the way for everything we got in the 2010s. Dan Slott came in, one of the worst Spider-Man writers of all time. He did the Superior Spider-Man thing where Peter Parker was where Dr. Octopus took over the body of Peter Parker, and supposedly Peter Parker died, so he got to kind of capitalize off of that fake death that characters in comic books undergo. And so he capitalized off of that, and then he created a Superior Spider-Man comic book where Dr. Octopus basically took over the body of Peter Parker. And so Peter Parker was no more. You only had his body, and the person who was inside of that body was Otto Octavius. But then he also introduced a side thing, because obviously Peter Parker couldn't really be dead, so he made it so that, what's his name? So that Peter Parker was, in reality, just a floating head, a part of his subconscious. It was just more ridiculous stuff that didn't make any sense. It's kind of like the Vanishing Point, or I would say even the Speed Force, at least what it has become over time. It's more. That's what I hate about comic book writers, especially for superhero comic books, is that they introduce new concepts without necessarily taking into account the consequences, or just they don't even consider the world building aspects of what it is that they're even doing. They're just throwing random stuff into the void, and they're saying, and Dan Slott is on record saying this, that he says that if a character has been around this long, has been around for decades, it's very unlikely for me to be the one who destroys him. But number one, well, that's not true, but that's not even the main point. Number two is the main point, which is that, but then why should you still, that doesn't give you the right to then make something that's objectively bad, or doesn't make sense with the mythos that you have already established in this world, and if you want to borrow from other stuff like Thor, if you want to go into mysticism, you can just, again, go to Thor. But no, you're coming up with these new ideas, or you're not explaining anything. You're hoping somebody else comes in, or that the audience just kind of pieces it together themselves. It makes no sense. And so then he took all those things, the Spider-Verse concept, the Spider Totems, the Merlin antagonist, and he mushed them all together, and he came up with the Spider-Verse thing, which was the event in the 2010s. And again, so that was pretty much how the whole thing just kind of, I don't think that Spider-Man has recovered ever since. And that brings us to the Spider-Verse movies. But before we get to that, let's read your comments, because I see that you guys have left some on YouTube. Worst to happen to Spidey besides one more day. I assume you are talking about Spider-Verse. Don't you mean Peter Darker, bro? Yeah, I guess in a lot of ways he is Peter Darker, and I totally I love that joke. Uh, at the same time, it's like yeah, it's I still call him Miles Morales because I guess it's the first thing that has always come to my head when I talk about Miles. Although I do approve of Peter Darker as well. Stephen or Stefan. You never. That's the thing. I always read it both ways, and then again, I think it's Stephen. But it's like you never correct me. You never clarify. It's like, oh, it's either one of those. R.I.P. Toriyama. Wait, who are we talking about? We are talking about the Spider-Man comic books, and how they have not recovered ever since uh, the mid 2000s. And yeah, there hasn't really been a good Spider-Man story ever since. And some people would point to stuff like Spider-Man Life Story, or some other like limited series. But again, when we're talking about like Spider-Man comic books, we are we are not talking about limited series. And then even then, Life Stories is also an Elseworld story, so that's not really helping anyone's argument. But yeah, that's what we're talking about, and we're gonna soon be talking about the whole um, Spider-Verse situation with the main actor Sheik Moore. Wait, Shamik Moore. Sheik. Who is he? Like, is he some kind of the Legend of Zelda character? No. Shamik Moore, the voice actor behind Miles Morales, he got very upset with something that happened recently. But I'll just read the rest of the comments. Clip says Spider-Man, and Stefan says, makes sense. Which writer was he talking about? And he says J. Michael Straczynski. Yup. The same guy who helped make One More Day. Yeah, thanks for clarifying that for Steven. So it was him, and that caused that fright. Yes, I like those other old stories. Team Up, spectacular. The thing about Team Up, which is like the '70s comic book, is that each issue is about it's about just Spider-Man teaming up with a different hero. It's literally just that. So you're not getting a lot of character development. You're not getting a lot of the Peter Parker side, which that was never supposed to be the case. And I'm not saying that those were bad instances, although maybe I don't know. Once you start adding more titles, you're open. It's like it's obvious you're opening up yourself to more possibilities that somebody will screw up something, and I guess that's no way to live, to constantly worry about somebody screwing things up, because that's always going to be on the table. So it's a matter of management and getting the right people on board who are on the same page as you are, and I agree with that for sure. And Nerd Center continues, as horrific as his Captain America one was, Nick Spencer actually wrote a pretty good Spider-Man series. That's what I've heard. But the thing about that is that it was fairly short-lived. Again, wasn't it like 30 issues, I would like to say? So that's the thing. It's like, what did he accomplish in that story aside from turning Harry into a new villain? I guess that would be like one cool thing you can point to. But then it's like, what else did he do? And then people will say, oh, he undid the cringy Gwen Stacy sleeping with Norman Osborn storyline. And, he retconned that so that Mysterio was only messing with Norman's memories or recollections. But, the retcon itself was stupid. And I'm always of the opinion that we should not be applauding people for doing the bare minimum. So if you do something stupid, like you make Gwen cheat on Peter while he was her boyfriend with Norman Osborn, of all people, then we shouldn't really be applauding you for undoing something that should have been undone a long time ago, because any writer could have done that if he just had the go-ahead from the editors. And perhaps Nick Spencer pushed more for it, but I don't know if we're the ones who are able to say that. And I know that Dan Slott said that, for example, he's tried so many times to bring back the marriage in the mainlines comic books, and so that's like another reference points for me to kind of tell you that, yeah, it's like it's not really the writers who get to decide where Peter ends up in the long run. That used to be the case with Steve Ditko and Stanley on board, but of course, again, that's changed over time. And the identity of Spider-Man and a lot of the heroes, but especially Spider-Man, Marvel has become overly protective of what they deem to be as a permissible depiction of Peter Parker, of Spider-Man, which is hilarious now, come to think of it, because now they found a workaround in a lot of ways in the form of the Spider-Verse movies to undermine everything that Peter Parker stands for. And I think it's because, well, we've seen a rise of of course, the progressive activists who are now kind of using all this stuff to peddle their views in these works. And I think, of course, that's very much present in that's like baked into the Spider-Verse storylines. It's about glorifying diversity. There's a crutch Spider-Woman now, a lesbian handicap on a wheelchair. It's like, I don't need to say more than that. It's pretty self-evident at this point. Moodcap says, bothers me that Ultimate Spider-Man is the only series that got an actual finale. They somehow made Ultimate Spider-Man worse. I think they gave him a finale, but then Bendis found a way to also screw that up when he brought Miles Morales into when he brought him over and he introduced him. And then in one of the later storylines, it was revealed that Peter Parker wasn't actually a clone. Excuse me, that Peter Parker was not actually dead, although that might have been a clone. Again, it was like a very convoluted thing that unnecessarily brought back Peter Parker's name into the world, into existence in that world. And then again, I think what you're referring to is the new storyline, Ultimate Spider-Man, by Jonathan Hickman and whoever that artist is with those very grayed out colors. It's pronounced Steven, and I think that's what I call you, so I think I should be safe. I saw him saying robbed. Okay, yes. Okay, so Far Cry Lego is already referencing what I want to get to. Alright, in that case, let me just find these images, because I really had to come up with them real quick. So alright, here's the first one, yes, and then this should be the second one. Where is it? Alright, okay, so here it is, the first of the first. So here's the situation. So the Oscars were on last night, and for those who are already asking, why do you care about the Oscars? I don't care about the Oscars. I have not watched those things. However, I think they are somewhat relevant to the conversation, because whenever they do appear, they add a lot of things to the conversation. And for example, in this instance, The Boy and the Heron won Best Animated Feature Oscar, and Across the Spider-Verse was also nominated. Oh, 75 issues by Spencer. That's a lot. I'm surprised. Those issues flew by real quick. And I only remember anyone ever talking about like those certain things. Like he was teasing the return of the relationship with MJ, but again, that never materialized, obviously. Oh yeah, and I remember he ended the storyline. No, that was somebody else. With the Spider-Man Beyond. Spider-Man Beyond, but that was somebody else. And that might have been after issue 75. But anyway, The Boy and the Heron basically won Best Animated Feature. And for those who are not aware of like the awards race for movies, movies basically. There's like multiple award shows, like there's the Golden Globes and Oscars, and of course, again, all of them are really irrelevant because they're political. And I don't mean in a way where they're um, talking about current affairs, as in like presidential debates or Black Lives Matter. I do think that's part of like the shows now, and you cannot escape from that right now. But when I say they're political, I mean that the politics of the awards themselves are very like you can easily find a way to make your movie win as long as you have the right connections, as long as you know the right people. Uh, People who should not be nominated are getting nominated each year, and it's ridiculous. Like the most recent example is, some of you again might not care about this, but Bradley Cooper getting a nomination for Maestro was ridiculous, as well as so many other nominations. Mainly, I would also say that the best editing nomination and winner uh, for best editing, which was Oppenheimer, that won that category. I think that was ridiculous. So there's like so many of these instances, and there's of course this infamous instance of Shakespeare in Love winning over Saving Private Ryan, and that was a huge controversy for those who are not aware of it. I and if you care enough about the Oscars, I say read up on that whole situation. I believe it was the 1999 Oscars where basically the obvious choice was going to be Saving Private Ryan. That was going to win Best Picture, so Best Movie, and basically it was an upset. Some other movie called Shakespeare in Love won, and that was because the producers, they ran a very convincing and evasive and manipulative, exploitive marketing campaign, awards campaign for that film, and it exposed the reality of what the Oscars really are, of what award shows really are, which are these fake award shows that they don't vote for the best movies most of the time. They vote for the ones that are being kind of, it's like um, when somebody is trying to kind of get, let's compare this to like a I don't know, like a populace. They're trying to control the people, right? And they're trying to insert various messages, and they're trying to get you to vote a certain way or to think a certain way, and they will spam you with all these different these messages and these ads and all that media to just kind of get you to think a certain way. And that was basically the situation there, but on a smaller scale. So in this case, The Boy and the Heron won Best Animated Feature, and a lot of Spider-Verse fans for the movies got very much upset by it. And and then that just kind of, I looked at that and I took it as a confirmation that these people who are fans of this movie, they're just kind of nobodies. It's we had a very similar situation with the Spider-Man 2 video game by Insomniac, where in that case you had people thinking that it was going to win Best Video Game of the Year because it was the only game they played, and they're just exposing themselves. So I'm of course talking about Soups, the YouTuber. So I say Soups types have to always come out of the woodwork and tell on themselves by admitting they only consume from the normie plates and nothing else. First in Insomniac Spider-Man 2, and now Across the Spider-Verse. And so I agree with the one who I did find the first commenter to be quite amusing, because he's saying that's what happens when you make Spider-Man go woke. And of course, I don't necessarily like the phrasing of woke. Just call it by name, by what it is, which is like progressive ideology, which I guess woke is like the friendlier version of what you really should be saying. But whatever, I just found that amusing because yes, Spider-Verse did introduce a lot of like, they inserted trans flags and trans colors into that first sequence with Gwen Stacy. They added a race swapped pregnant Spider-Woman I mean, that speaks for itself. And also all these unnecessary side comments from Spotty Punk that took me out of the movie every single time he said something stupid. Uh, so it's like this movie was just totally like I thought the first movie was bad enough. This one was even worse for those reasons as well, but also the fact that they doubled down on everything from the first movie, which is that anyone can be Spider-Man, any person can basically be Peter Parker, anyone can be a hero. It doesn't matter what your background is, you can be a superhero and excel at it, unless you are facing off against a black Peter Darker version, a black kid from Brooklyn, because he is of course supposed to be the best one of them all. He can turn invisible, doesn't matter if you have Spidey sense or not, you're going to lose against him because the plot needs him to win. And so that's like the only instance where they will make an exception to the characters having no flaws. And so yeah, basically these Hall award shows have always been about these two movies, and there's always these Spider normies who are constantly griping about and yapping about and taking issue with the fact that no one has ever heard of The Boy and the Heron, which they're not necessarily 100% wrong. But if they knew anything about anything else other than Spider-Man or anything other than what they usually consume, they would know that there are many other movies in play. For example, with the Game of the Year's, the award, you had Baldur's Gate 3, which of course is another awful game. In fact, I would say it's the worst game of last year, of 2023, because it does so many awful things inside of that game. There's so much toxicity within that game and its community as well, but the contents, like the bestiality that it depicts, it's outright gross and disgusting, and there is no excusing that. Yet of course you had Baldur's Gate 3 people arguing against the Spider-Man 2 people in the video game sphere, saying one deserves to win over the other. And guess what? The same argument persisted, even though Baldur's Gate 3 was a huge game, right? Say what you want. It was people talked about that game. Spider-Man fans, the ones who only play on PlayStation and nothing else, they enjoy their movie games. They did not know what Baldur's Gate 3 was, and by the time Boy and the Heron came around, response, which is they don't know what the thing that Spider-Man 2 is competing against, they don't even know what that is. And refresh your page if you are running into any sort of issue with the bit rate, because I think it went out for a bit, but I think it should be okay now. Maybe, perhaps YouTube is again flashing some sort of message that's saying error, and then YouTube is not receiving enough video bit rate, so I'm just gonna assume that it's okay. And so yeah, you have these people, and of course, surprisingly enough, you had people coming to The Boy and the Heron's defense. And so this is going to lead us into the voice actor of Across the Spider-Verse, who voices Miles Morales. He basically came in and he was mad. He was very mad that they lost. But before we read his comments, which I already kind of covered on Instagram, but there's other stuff that we should mention here. Let's read what you guys wrote. So yes, everybody keeps telling me how my story is supposed to go. Nah, I'ma do my own thing. Far Cry Lego is quoting this awful movie. Far Cry Lego Blood is super pissed that he did not win. He continues saying The Boy and the Heron was not my favorite animated film of last year. It was Rebuild 4.0. Rebuild 4.0? What is that movie? I've never heard of it. And then Nerd Center says that Zeb Wells, who took over after Spencer. Yeah, it was Zeb Wells and like a team of writers who did the Beyond arc. And then after that, he took over as the main writer, which we all know how that storyline went. I kind of dropped off after that point. Mudcap, I'm glad Spider-Woman lost, not only because the movie is crap. Oh, sorry. I'm glad Spider-Verse lost, not only because of the movie is crap, but also because it pisses off the animation and cinema crowd. Oh yeah, hold on. Yeah, I think, of course, I mean, there's no doubt about it that I think animated movies are movies, right? But it's always hilarious that you have these people who feel the need to overcompensate and say that animated movies are cinema or animated movies ought to be taken more seriously. Okay, it's like who is going to disagree with you? Like maybe five people are going to disagree with you, or somebody who's not even a part of our conversation. Why is this such a hill for you to die on? It's like we can all agree with you. Why are you so overtly passionate for something that is not even an issue? And I guess you could say that it is an issue within the industry, but it's like you saying this online is probably not going to get to them. It's not going to reach the people within the academy, and they're not suddenly going to vote it into a best picture nomination, because if that were the case, it would have worked, and so far it has not worked because, well, again, it's two different worlds. The people often think that, and of course there is some overlap, but sometimes there are instances where the industry doesn't follow what's happening online. So you can complain about stuff, and people within the movie industry don't even know if it's like they don't even care about that stuff really. Uh, so yeah, I always find the whole animation to cinema crowd also somewhat funny. It's like, okay, grass is green, I guess. Um, Steven, there we go. Hold on, isn't Steven Strange? But no, but then Steve Rogers is spelled differently, so that's why I was like, okay. But Steven Strange is spelled like your name, so I don't even know why that wasn't even an issue for me. I guess I just like to overcomplicate things for no reason. Oscars seemed political and pretentious. Oppenheimer got probably the most awards for Nolan, despite being commie apologetics and having the nose metaphors such as Zombie naked for vulnerability. Yeah, you're kind of hitting what what I kind of mentioned in my review, which is that the dialogue is awful in Oppenheimer. It is extremely. It's like it's written for a fourth grader. It's embarrassing, and the scenes that they depict with the the nuclear explosion and the Americans having to get their faces torn off while they're laughing to create this absurd atmosphere. It's also so on the nose, so predictable at this point with how any filmmaker goes about portraying these sort of issues and about criticizing America, and it also looked off, and it was just repulsive in every sense of the word. And of course then it's like they never really push back against like the communism thing, right? They always introduce it as, oh yeah, it was just something I was interested in, and yeah, that was that. And they almost played them off like they were victims, which is always what they like to do with the McCarthyism, is that they always try to play up the socialists and the communists as the victims in the situation. And it's like, no. No. uh Steven continues saying, Soups got big on TikTok. Soups is a YouTuber and a person on TikTok. Again, for those who confuse Superman with Soups, no, we're talking about like two different people. So Soups, a media, or I guess like a social media personality. Soups got big on TikTok. A very annoying shill, by the way. I'm sorry, I'm constantly injecting myself because there's always something I want to say about this guy, because I realize that some of you may not know who he is. but he's this annoying guy who shills for everything Marvel related. And we might even do a segment on him in the future. I think that would be hilarious to watch some of his videos, actually. Now that I think of it, yeah, that'd be a cool idea for a segment in the future. So yeah, he got big on TikTok, which is the norm. Which is hold on, TikTok, which is norm for Central and SJW Comic Central. Even the non-progressive comic book TikTokers don't address it directly and tiptoe around, I assume, around the topics. Spider-Punk was annoying and dumb. I think the She-Hulk writer who complained about his low pay wrote the Spider-Verse version of Hobie Brown in the comics. That's interesting. Yeah, I do remember. Yeah, that was him, wasn't it? What's his name? It was Zeb Wells. Yes. I'm not sure if he wrote the Hobie Brown comic book version, but Zeb Wells, who is now working on Amazing Spider-Man, worked on the She-Hulk show. Just so you know. It makes sense that Maniac, I see what you did there. Spider-Man fans would be upset because the PS5 only has a handful of exclusive games, so they'll cling on to what they have. PS5, the console Sony forgot to make games for. Yeah, the most recent generation is a total mess for both Sony and Xbox. Microsoft, Far Cry Lego, I was quoting that crap because Shamik Moore said that after he lost. Oh no. Did he? Oh no, that's so cringy. I did look at his comments. Did he say that? Maybe there were some other ones? He said it 15 hours ago. You and your followers are all the equivalent of Jared Leto Joker. Well, you know, some people like the Jared Leto Joker. I don't even like him. I think he is annoying. So yeah, you had these people. And so now that was like the first part of it. But then Shamik Moore, of course, commented on the whole situation. And let me find this other parts. There it is. Hopefully it works. Why is it so small? Oh, great. Instagram is doing amazing. Oh, goodness gracious. You guys can't even see it, can you? It's so blurry. Well, as you guys can see, everything is pixel here. So let me check something. Let me see if I can fix this somehow. Yeah, I'll just do a quick recovery. Give me a second, guys. I'll try to find the quote for you. Okay, let's get rid of this for now. Gone, disappear. And now for the comment that he sent over. By the way, the new, what was her name? Yaira? Yeah, that's her name, Yaira. With the Rippaverse comic book just came out, so that's pretty interesting. I know that's the one a lot of people were awaiting. So hopefully it's good. Hopefully it's the big one. I think it might be one of the better ones. At least for from the comments I've been hearing from people. Okay, let's get this image out for you guys. There we go. Now it's good looking. Right? Yes. Okay, good. So, uh, Shamik Moore apparently wrote an original, like in the original comment, he wrote robbed and he misspelled it. So he had to basically correct himself, and so that now he wrote it correctly by saying robbed with two B's as opposed to just one. And he got flamed for it in the comments. People just went after him, respect to GOAT. And then people saying no, it was not robbed. And he got mad. And he then had to backtrack a little bit by saying, when one fan called him out and he said, "This is how you respond to losing." Let me see. Hold on. This is how you respond to losing. By the way, at Shamik Moore, not Sheik. You're right. Honestly, the whole Spider-Verse team are such good sports, very professional, and I'm excited to see what comes of this. I'm young and a fighter, so forgive my nature. Congrats to the winners. Okay, he's trying to sort of backtrack, but in a way he's still trying to kind of justify his what he did. And again, Shamik Moore is an actor that doesn't have much going on in his life other than the Spider-Verse movies. So he got upset, and I had no idea that he said, "Nah, I'm gonna do my own thing." If he did, oh goodness, that's cringy. But I know that he deleted the original comment, so he might have said that he probably said it in that first comment, which is hilarious, because man. And so yeah, I did write a comment saying I did not like The Boy and the Heron, because I didn't. I did not like that movie because I'm not a Miyazaki guy either. But at the same time, it is way better than Across the Spider-Verse. That movie just totally derailed Spider-Man. It's like, if you had any hopes, like even just 1% hope that things would go back to the way they were with a more street level oriented Spider-Man, no, that movie just crushed those hopes, and it ensured that Peter Parker would never be the way we saw him before. So again, going back to the fans of these Spider media, of the new Spider media, of the Tom Holland movies, of the Across the Spider-Verse movies, the Spider-Verse animated movies, the video games, and anything that the casual audience doesn't necessarily pay attention to. They are just your regular average Joes who play perhaps like 1-2 game a year, and they don't necessarily have much of a mental bandwidth that would support much more than that, because, well, probably they have lives, right? Which is fine. But at the same time, they are the first ones to complain about something without understanding the full scope of the situation. And they do not, here's the thing, they enjoy all this awful content that exists, like the MCU Spider-Man, like well, I don't think anyone likes the Morbius movies, but like the animated movies, like the video games. And if they like that stuff, then, and if they're the ones propelling it, and they're the ones who are defending it when somebody else takes issue with them, and they're the who are willing to shill for it and insult you for even criticizing it just a bit, then, you know, that just sort of exposes who they really are, and that yes, they should be criticized, and yes, they do not know a lot about anything much. And that's the case with most people, I guess. You know, Letterboxd is very similar, where if you go on the app, it's people who review movies who are basically just very left leaning, and of course that's got to change, and that's why we're there now. Slow but steady, you know. We're gonna grow our empire there, just like here. Don't worry, it's gonna happen one day. I'll just keep telling myself these things, not manifest them, of course, but we'll see. And yeah, so I do think that I am glad that Across the Spider-Verse embarrassed itself because of the things that it's done to the brand. And I also like the fact that, you know, Barbie also got embarrassed. It only won for Best Song, which I'm very thrilled about. It even lost to production design, which, you know, I hate that movie. I have yet to watch Poor Things and Saltburn, but I think that might be, even if I watch those two movies, I think Barbie will be my worst movie of 2023. And so I hate that movie with a passion, but even I'm surprised. Oh man, that movie didn't even win production design, and Poor Things won instead. That must mean that they really just hate, the Academy just hates popular movies. And so that was the Shamik Moore situation. And then there were producers who said that they were very grateful, the producers of this movie, of Across the Spider-Verse, who had to then almost kind of come in as a form of damage control and um, make it so that their team doesn't look so bad. So one of the producers said that it was an honor to lose to them. And so, you know, you could already sort of see that happen. So it's just a very embarrassing situation for him. And I would say that Shamik Moore is just weird in general. And there's like this one instance of not just one, but one of you talked to me about this, how he's just obsessed with Haley Steinfeld all the time. And I guess I can show you guys the clip of him just trying to almost flirt with her. He's definitely trying to hook
I
up
do
with
a lot of
her
voiceovers, and I
or
love it.
something. Hold on, let me just get this clip ready. And I think it's near the end of it as well. Let's watch this. So this is Shamik Moore on the left side. And that's Haley Steinfeld, who voices Gwen Stacy in the movies. An awful version of the character who isn't really Gwen Stacy. But yes, let's watch this thing.
As I get to work.
Oh crap, hold on. Ugh. Are my headphones not working?
For Jam.
Yeah, they're not working for whatever reason. Huh. Okay, now it should work. Okay, let's see.
To do the voiceovers. Now, watching you now, you're both so fashionable. How does it feel good to dress up after working in a voiceover booth for this entire movie?
Yeah, totally. I mean, I definitely show up in the like sweats and hoodie that are 4 sizes too big because you can. So
You can.
Yeah.
Like, nobody sees what you look like.
Yeah, exactly.
As long as your voice is working.
That's all that matters.
And how'd you feel, Shamik?
I always had to take off my chains when I showed up, and
Yeah.
too much jingling going on.
It was. What did you wear, like in the voiceover booth, to do?
It's a lifestyle for me. I wear some jeans.
He always shows up looking good.
Put on a little hat. I take off the hat, take off the chains, and get in character.
And then get in your character, which you two did. So now, you guys, you did Spider-Verse, the first one, and you didn't even meet until after the movie ended?
Yeah,
Really?
it's crazy.
Like the...
So yeah, they never got to shoot together on the first movie, but for the second movie, they essentially got to work on in the same booth. And so, I just found the last comment he makes hilarious. So let's move over to the end.
I'm reading the lines with either Kent Powers,
Yeah.
Phil Lord, or Chris and Phil,
Yes.
or Kent Powers. So it's easier to be Miles flirting with Gwen when I'm looking at Haley.
When you're looking at her, right.
And she's kind of, if you look at her, I don't know if she's flattered. She's kind of almost, I don't want to say grossed out, but she didn't want to hear that.
Or Kent Powers. So it's easier to be Miles flirting with Gwen when I'm looking at Haley.
When you're looking at her, right.
Look at her face. She seems almost embarrassed that he said that. Yeah, so that was like the first clip, but then it's like in every interview he is trying to hit on her. And it's kind of weird, not gonna lie. There's one more clip here somewhere. Is it this one? Yep. Okay, there it is.
Siobhan writes 5 stars. Proof that Spider-Man is the best superhero is that they can keep remaking it, and you'd think the story would be exhausted by now, but it only somehow gets better and better every time.
Boom.
Sick. How's it going? I'm Shamik Moore.
And look at it. They're of course reviewing letterbox reviews, of course.
That's why she's holding out
Because
on
of
the,
course,
on the rest of the 0.5.
those people were obsessed with that movie. I recently saw their like top 100 movies, Sony movies of all times, like Columbia Pictures, the entire history of Columbia Pictures, and they placed Across the Spider-Verse as #1 of all time. And it was top 100 because the studio was celebrating its 100th anniversary. And out of all those movies, they made Across the Spider-Verse their #1 movie. That's insane.
5-star review. I get it. I wanted to. I was so excited to see Across the Spider-Verse for the first time because, you know, while I have somewhat of an idea of what's happening, we
Wait,
never actually get full
wasn't Kemp Powers the one who did the... Because you see his name here, listed at the bottom. And we did talk about how one of them wanted to over-sexualize Miguel O'Hara to make him a thirst trap. But I think Kemp Powers might have been one of the guys who did work on the Spider-Punk comic book. I'm actually going to check that while this plays.
script. So seeing the movie for the first time is like reading the script for the first time. And seeing that the movie opens with Gwen's story was so exciting because it, of course, just sets us up for what's to come in Gwen's world.
Ty writes, when Miles throws the bagel and hits the guy on the head and it says bagel, there's nothing better than that, folks.
Okay, so the guy who wrote the Spider-Punk comic book was Cody Ziglar's or somebody else.
Wow. Look at you, Ty. You might be a genius.
Okay, let's skip this as well.
You Got Served was on loop. Like, that's the movie that really...
So very sweet.
With Across the Spider-Verse, I'm very excited for the audience to see how beautiful this animation is. I think they really leveled it up in a way it's...
And I do think that the animation is... Like, I do think it's impressive, although you'd be surprised. I don't know if you guys saw the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles animated movie, the one, the Mutant Mayhem. But then there's also the spin-off TV series coming to Paramount Plus, and it looks so bare bones in comparison. You know, it's like the animation is one thing, but the amount of effects that they're putting on these visuals, it is overwhelming to a larger degree. So, but they're doing a lot of the heavy lifting, which is kind of weird. Again, like if the Academy wanted to recognize that, they should recognize that they should be able to see that animated movies should like the VFX category should also include movies like Spider-Verse in that instance, because the VFX are a part of the animation that's making it look good. At the same time, with Across the Spider-Verse, they overdid the visual effects for sure. To the point where it's like the glitch effect was overly abused. And I think it was probably to hide a lot of the imperfections, perhaps, in the animation that were there before.
Well, there is no animated film or live action film that looks like this. It's insane, and I hope you guys love it.
If you liked the first one, you're in for a real treat.
Wait, what? What happened to the
Siobhan writes,
to the comment where he was trying to hit on her? Did I miss this? Oh, great.
imitate life and the emotion. Everything happens for a reason. So, Jake is one of my favorite people ever.
Maybe I missed it. Hold
Shay
on.
writes, I wish it was physically possible for me to keep my eyes open for 117 minutes straight because I hated that I missed 0.2 seconds of this movie every time.
See, that's like every single review on Letterboxd. And it's like, you guys have no idea what you're talking about. It's like just praising that's empty. It's like, okay, I can literally say that about every single movie. And you tell me nothing about the movie. You just say, oh, it's so good. Or it's like just calling something peak, which if you're doing it ironically, that's the only time that works. But if you're just overly praising it, that's just as bad, if not worse, than just outright hating something. Because at least if you hate something, you often choose a target. You oftentimes specify what is wrong. So there's at least some sort of substance there. Whereas with here, you're just saying random words that happen to be praising something, and it could be anything really.
I blinked. A lot can happen in that amount of time. So don't watch this movie tired. I'll say that. Be ready, be present, and just use a little tape or something. You know what I'm saying? You won't miss a thing. I feel like there are so many things to.
Kudos to them to try to, they're trying to work off of these underwhelming comments. It's like she doesn't even know how to respond to that, so she's like, yeah, just tape something on your eyes, because it's like, what else is she going to tell them? It's a very stupid comment.
Catch that you couldn't possibly catch them the first time, which sorry to say, that means you got to watch it like, I don't know, maybe 10 times in order to catch everything, maybe like 12.
I didn't watch the new Ninja Turtles movie because Seth Rogen was involved too in making it, and he irritates me. His laugh is like and it's a pretty annoying laugh. I think he fakes it, honestly. But Hosky says a lot of stuff that we good, referring earlier to my disruption. Don't trust him. The rebuilds are worse than the show. And I don't think you'd like Evangelion either way, but the rebuilds cut too much bleep. Wait, what? The rebuilds? The rebuilds or the reboots? The rebuilds cut too much bleep out. So I assume you're saying that they just cut too much out, like too much stuff. The panel creeps me out to this day. I forget what that was in reference to. Moodcap is saying, why would I watch the new TMNT movie when the 2003 series got a complete series release? And then Steven is saying that facts, and the 2012 one was good as well. I don't know. The 2012 one, I did not really enjoy that much. I'm trying to find this bit in this video where he's kind of just like saying what he said before, but
in the theaters, though.
17
specifically in the
Yes.
theaters,
Is
so
it
you
here?
can like really
get it.
the details of
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
The small screen just doesn't do it.
No, you'll never catch
justice.
them that way.
Truly though, with the animation, it's just like some things you're just like, oh snap! I didn't see it like that before.
So highly recommend seeing this film more than 27 times. I like how my number went from like 5 to 27.
no one is going to watch this movie
Pilot
27
writes,
times.
wow. The only bad thing about this movie is that it didn't exist when I was 10.
Oh, I love that. I feel like I've been saying that.
I'm not sure about 10,
10.
but by the time I was 12, You Got Served was on loop. Like, that's the movie that really sparked my creative being.
This is just an all-time favorite, and I saw this movie for the first time, I believe, when I was probably around 10, maybe a little bit sooner, but Paper Moon, that was the movie for me. That was it.
How old
like,
are
I
you
gotta do
to say
this. I gotta
Paper
make-
Moon?
Gotta make a movie.
I'm gonna watch Paper Moon just so I,
Oh,
So
there you
know.
go.
Oh,
just so I can like be closer to Haley.
Ryan did.
Okay, just kind of take that in again. The way he kind of just shoves her.
I was like, I gotta do this. I gotta make a movie.
I'm gonna watch Paper Moon just so I,
It's like, why? Dude, stop.
So you know. Oh,
just so I can like be closer to
And now watch her face when he hears that.
Haley.
Too bad they cut it so short, because it's like, yeah, that was an awkward laugh.
Ryan.
And there were other interviews as well where he's kind of making it clear that he wants to hook
Daniel
up with her.
writes,
So yeah, that was it. Let's get back to the game, and then we'll talk about the whole Dragon Ball situation, Toriyama. Yeah. And frankly, a greater issue with the anime community as a whole, which we may or may have not referenced in the previous streams. But yes, we took those guys down very quickly. I'm surprised. For those who did not watch that intro, I'm surprised by how much we've improved over time with this. Look at them. They're all here. It's crazy. It's always the thing about the circle. It's like you're supposed to press circle. And then my first go-to reaction with it is to press circle again to drop down, because that's usually what you do in most games. Okay, what was the objective again? Yes. Collect plant spores from the Killer Croc Slayer. Ooh. Killer Croc. Talk to Aaron Cash in the Arkham Mansion. Oh yeah, we're supposed to leave. We're supposed to go outside. Right. But where are we now? We're here. Okay. But we just went there before. Whatever. Let's just leave this place. And remember, if I missed anything from before, now is your chance to let me know. And I see you guys talking about the TMNT series in the comments. Oh. Okay. Is this guy gonna jump us? I don't trust him. I do remember him from before, but you never know if they're ever gonna change bodies. See, like the detective vision. Oh, no. Oh, heck nah. A little? No. Oh, what's going on? What do you do? What is she doing? Oh. Okay. Fail? Cool. Wait, we were here before. Yeah, we were here before. We got ahead of the game. Yeah, so Nerd Center says that he got the 2003 TMNT series. What's happening here? Let's see. Lots of plants. Oh crap! The audio! Crap. Dang.
Looks like the plants are mutating further.
Well then, sorry about that, guys. I'm so stupid sometimes.
That pod appears to contain similar spores to the ones Ivy used to attack Gotham last year. They're deadly.
Oh, what is this? Oh gosh. Evil. Can we flip this? No, 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 no. Just get it. By the way, because yes, of course, we stopped playing Tomb Raider. Because the thing about that game is that I considered it to be more, not difficult, but I figured it's like one of those exploration games, and I said that it's kind of like Zelda. I compared it to Zelda in that you have to be 100% tuned into the game, otherwise you're going to be, the thing about those types of games is that exploration is key. Oh gosh. These guys are crazy. But yeah, you have to be tuned in 100% into those games because you don't want to miss a single detail. You want to be able to look around the environment. And that guy's gonna come to us, isn't he? And you're gonna want to not miss a single beat. Oh gosh, those guys are kind of creepy. The way they jump at you. Okay. How do you do the whole thing? Oh, dang. I forget you can counter them. Do I get some kind of trophy for destroying all of these? So yeah, we're gonna stop doing the Tomb Raider series, but let me tell you something. I did play the game. I did come back to Tomb Raider after our session, because remember how we struggled to basically find a way out? When I played on my own, it took me like 5 minutes to find where I was supposed to go. And it was hilarious because once I found the right direction of where I was supposed to go, I ran into a T-Rex. That's crazy. In the game, that's what the game is kind of known for, is that Laura can fight a T-Rex in the game. And I did not expect to see it so early on in the game. And I thought that was kind of funny how I kind of paused the game. I quit the series, and then 5 minutes into my regular playthrough on my own, I run into a T-Rex, I kill a bunch of dinosaurs in the tomb, and I do all that stuff, and I just found the whole situation to be hilarious. But honestly, I don't think I would have been able to come up with that sort of solution while I was playing the game during the stream, because again, I think it's a lot about being focused and kind of looking at things because it's like not always easy to see what's happening, especially with those slower HD graphics and the different textures. Plus, I think Batman Arkham is much better suited when it comes to story, narrative, whereas The Legend of Zelda or the original Tomb Raider is very much about paying attention to what happens. And those pheromones are evil. So you guys can probably hear the audio now, right? I wonder if this is the right way to go. Probably. I mean, what else will we go? Yes, make it to the other side. Let's see. I just got the whole series for Christmas. Far Cry Lego response. Rebuilds only work if you watch them a ending to the series. I can't hear the game audio, so yeah, that got sorted out. Yeah, the volume is gone. Okay, what happened to the audio? I'm glad the whole... Tell me if you can now hear the audio. I think you should be able to hear it. I think you hear it now. I'm glad the whole show is available, and in order, the old release had a lot of episodes out of order. And I hate when that happens for DVD release. For DVD releases. No! I missed that, but I know where I'm supposed to go now at least. Where is it? No, Bruce. Wait, where was it? Oh crap! I didn't even notice it. I thought it was automatic. That's kind of funny. Oh!
You're dead and buried, darling.
Girl? You gotta put on some clothes. Okay. There we go. Good. Can we just drop down? I think we can, because it seems like the fog is not even there. Let's see, climb down. See, now if I press circle there, it drops down. So none of this makes any sense. Should be consistent for both things. Okay, who is the main... Again, those riddles, those questions fly by too quickly. I'm wondering, can we even talk about the whole Toriyama situation while I'm playing the game? Because I do want to kind of make it more seamless now. But sometimes stuff will happen in the game where you just gotta stop talking. Like, I think something's gonna happen there. Correct me if I'm wrong. Look up! Like, I know there's a grappling hook there, but... Here, you mean? Lots of plants? Lots of hungry plants? Get up. Okay, we're probably gonna have to land on that television screen. But we're gonna have to find a better angle. You can, I believe in you. Oh right, I forgot about that whole thing. Silly me. Thank you guys. Yeah, it's again, like I said, it's been a while since we last played the game. Can we even do... Oh yeah, we can, that's cool. It's kind of cool. Cool. See, that's kind of funny how I managed to get to the other side before without even using that zipline. Okay, let's see. What can we attach ourselves to? Can we... make it... No, it's probably too tight of a space. Yep. Okay. In that case... let's change our position. What is he doing? He just jumped off by himself. I didn't even do that. Let's go, Bruce. Okay, we are definitely gonna want to surprise them. There we go. And I assume we have to go for the guy with the gun first. Or I guess not, they're both prisoners, right? There's no ledge here, so...
Batman.
Oh, those are the good guys? Okay. Huh. Yeah, I knew
I
that.
figured you'd be here about
George
now.
Floyd is
What's
here.
the deal with the plants?
It's complicated.
Cool.
Let me guess. Poison Ivy. She teamed up with Joker.
All that matters
guessed
is
it.
that I can stop the plants taking over the island.
I'm surprised you can
There's
breathe
always a but, isn't
in
there?
this air, I mean, of
Where do you
course.
keep Killer Croc?
Because there's a
I
lot
found a
of
door in the
dust
sewers,
and
but it's
pollen
sealed
in the
shut.
air.
That monster's got his own special cell. It's right below the transfer room back in intensive treatment. Elevator goes right down to an old sewer. You just drop meat down there every day or so.
Hoske
Try to
says he can
forget
hear
about
us. Great.
It's locked off. More security than the Joker. You won't get in without the warden's permission. He has the codes.
Thanks, Cash. Stay here and do not go near the plants. They'll kill you.
What did you miss, Nimbus? Well, you missed, maybe what you missed was Shamik Moore's meltdown on Twitter because his movie did not win the Best Animated Feature during the Oscar ceremony. Collect plant spores from Killer Croc's lair. Gain access to Killer Croc's lair via intensive treatment. Are you kidding me? You're just gonna have to send me there and back and forth? That's ridiculous, sirs. Oh, great. So yeah, but we're going to talk about also the Toriyama situation. Developed by Wayne Tech, these controls points are considered hacked or currently inactive. Okay. Now what? Can we just go this way, please? All right. There we go. There's something there. So yeah, it was pretty loud. The news story about the fact that Akira Toriyama died. Let me find the image. Oh, I know what I wanted to show you guys before, but yeah, let's talk about the Dragon Ball situation. I'll show you this stuff. Side to the stuff. Wait, no. Show this stuff to the side. No. So yeah, you guys probably heard about this. So Akira Toriyama died recently, the creator of Dragon Ball, and he left a big legacy behind him, of course. And you can already see that the gameplay's quality is going to drop immensely. Well, I'm going to try to explain this. I don't know if that's even a good idea because I don't even know what I'm supposed to do here. There we go. I knew that's what it took. You just had to fail on purpose and they would take you back. What is that? South Wing. Okay. Forgot which way you're supposed to go. I think this way? No. We can't drop in there, can we? Because then it's just gonna end poorly for us. Yeah. Do you see how a Sweet Baby Inc. employee tweeted about black characters in Dragon Ball the day after the news of Toriyama, sorry, my vision's playing tricks on me. Toy Man, lol. Death Hit. Is it the one where, like, the one person said, oh, how can you say rest in power, or when that phrase is reserved for black people only? Or there was also this one where it was a person saying, how can we praise this man for, if he depicted black people in such a way, and then he portrayed one of the characters who appeared like a stereotype of a black person, and it was this fat guy with the turban on his head. Was that the one? And then somebody took a picture of what the person looked like, and it looked pretty on point. Come on, what? What? Kind of forgot how we were supposed to get out of here. There you go. And we got our save. Yeah, that does not look safe. Escape. I'm pressing R1. I pressed R1. I kept pressing R1. That's annoying.
Sorry, love.
Oh, shut
You're
up,
plucked.
Poison. Put on some clothes for once. So yeah, he worked on a lot of things, not just Dragon Ball. He worked on, I believe this anime is called Sand World. He also worked on the Chrono Trigger and Dragon Quest designs as well. So those are huge series, especially Dragon Quest, and that's huge in Japan. So he was a pretty influential person. And yeah, that's what I just want to... Okay, so now it worked. But yeah, that's something I want you guys to know. He was a very influential person. And that's what we'll leave it at for now, while I get out of this place. I don't understand what the point of sending us back and forth is. I mean, I get it's, I guess, more realistic, but it's kind of stupid and annoying. Can we now open this place? I thought we already did that. Let's see. Cool. So Mr. Popo was based off a genie. Yeah, that's what I thought too. But some people do like to take offense to everything. Like how some people say that orcs are supposed to represent black people for whatever reason. Because now that's a thing. No, it's like, why would you say that? Who, like, you're the one saying this. Mystery solver. I don't even know what I solved, sirs. But some people just want to be offended, of course, or they have to paint themselves as the target every single time. Otherwise, they have nothing going for themselves. And it is sad. It is sad because these people will forever try to find some sort of thing to be upset about. And I see a bunch of people just huddled up there. And I guess I can see why someone would think that, because the Japanese don't have the best track record when it comes to this stuff. cool. I love it when he kind of just takes the knee and breaks it like that. Let's hide this guy for now. Put him off to... Oh, no. Put him off to the side. Alright. Minimize him. That was pretty cool. See, I'm now getting a hang of this stuff now. Okay, now which way I'm supposed to go? Okay, the other way. Okay, cool. Nimbus continues saying,
Batman, every route into intensive treatment is locked, and there's nothing I can do to bypass the security.
There was a sniper up on the roof. He got there somehow. I'll find a way.
not these things again. So Nimbus says, yeah, I never got the complaints about Mr. Popo. He never seemed like a racist character to me from a kid to now. It's like when people bring up, oh my gosh, goodness gracious. I'm reading, you stupid guy. Anyone else? Snipers up there. Yes. It's like when people bring up Jinx from Pokemon, says Mudcap. Nimbus says, I'd be extremely odd to think Popo is a racist design when he's treated with such respect in the original series before falling into the background as one of Goku's teachers. See, the whole Dragon Ball thing is, you guys probably know better than me. But the thing about Toriyama, you know, before I kind of get into what I want to say about him, because it's gonna ruffle some feathers for sure. But I do think that I very much liked. I did read some, like a few years back. I did read the beginnings of Dragon Ball, and I did enjoy the adventure aspect of the series. How well he was able to handle that, and how he was able to make it exciting. The whole, you know, chasing those Dragon Balls and trying to find them, and putting into perspective how massive the whole situation would be, how much the adventure would sort of, I don't know, just the scope of everything. That's what I just appreciated. And I never finished reading it because I don't remember why. I just have some other stuff to read. But it was for an adventure series. That's what stood out for me the most. What? I thought that, okay, I thought that was walking for a second. Okay, we're supposed to get up there, right? Good.
Case patient interview 17. Joker remains uncooperative. My earlier diagnosis remains true. I believe he enjoys his persona too much.
What's up, Doc?
Today I thought we'd try something different.
Oh, you crazy? I have a bill.
Dr. Clinton, I'm I saw him.
What did I say?
Anyway, we're going to talk about your child.
I've heard of romance stuff. I don't give up the...
Take patient interview 20. Joker is more interesting than I originally believed. When Project Titan is operational, I believe Joker will be the perfect test subject. Good afternoon. Today I thought I'd skip back to our previous conversations about your family.
Of course. I was born in a small you are? What if I'm too scared to remember? If it's too much, then I can help you.
Take cover. I can't reach that far? What? Heck no. Well, it's not all lost, you know. There's a Riddler trophy. We're supposed to get up here, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can find a way to the off to the side, but nope, there's nothing here. Okay. Okay then. Is that where the Batcave was? No, he hasn't unlocked that yet. What, Nimbus? Am I that far off? I mean, am I... Oh, dang it. Alright, let's try something else now. Come on, be quick about this. Thank you. Try zipping across if I remember right. Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I just wanted a better vantage point. What did this do? I assume it just unlocked this passage for us.
My map will help you, Batman.
In what way? So that was a good idea. Kind of just throw a battering at him and become invincible. Yeah, that was so much easier than trying to dodge his... Oh gosh. There we go. There we go. Did that have to be so difficult? No, it did not have to be. Nice. Okay. Oh gosh, what's happening? Poison Ivy. It's going crazy once
I'm
again.
seeing seismic activity all over Arkham Island. You okay?
Ivy's plants are taking hold. I've got to stop them before the entire island is under her control.
So what did you ask about? I swear the snipers in this game aim faster than Deadshot in City and Origins. Have you got a remote control batarang? No, not yet. Yeah. I do wonder how much of the game there's left. I assume there's a lot, since you seem pretty surprised that there's... I still didn't get to that. There's a Riddler trophy over there. Okay. Stuff is about to go down, which I think this makes it the perfect moment to move on to the other segment that I wanted to talk about. So yeah, Toriyama. Akira Toriyama. Let's see if anyone on Twitch says something. Yeah, you can hear me. Great. So yeah, Toriyama. What do I want to say about him? Hold on. Give me a sec. Alright. So yeah, he was, of course, incredibly influential and all that stuff. And I got in trouble recently with some people because I did dare to say something fairly common sense. And that's, of course, that Toriyama, unfortunately, also was involved in a lot of, well, he wrote a lot of stories that did depict a lot of minors they were being exploited. And of course, they were cartoon characters, but still, he was depicting characters who are supposed to be young, who are supposed to be kids. And in those stories, even though I do appreciate the adventure aspect of those stories. And I do understand that he has a soft spot for a lot of you people out there. But there's a different angle to this that a lot of people want to ignore because it's their childhood, which is that Toriyama also did depict a lot of characters, specifically women and girls with the lolicon garbage. He did dabble in that stuff. And let's see. Yeah, so this was one of the things I wrote about, which is that this should be talked about more. Someone should investigate Akira Toriyama's basement ASAP. We never know who might be starving to death right this second. And, I'm not trying to kind of like disrespect somebody's death or passing, but I do realize that a lot of people just totally ignore this stuff for whatever reason. And I do think partly there's two reasons why. A lot of people just kind of want to forget, only focus on the good stuff. Don't think about some of the more controversial things. It's better to ignore them. And this applies to stuff like Cowboy Bebop again, because there are some scenes, some concerning ones as well. Like when Faye Valentine kisses Ed, right? That's like one of those weird scenes. Or when Jet makes a comment about like a younger girl that he perhaps hooked up with. I don't remember that one in particular, but the first one with Faye Valentine, the way she just kissed her was so odd and random in the show. And, you kind of think of it and you tell yourself, well, is this maybe getting lost in translation because it was so random? Maybe there's just like an Eastern thing that is kind of like a comedy bit. Perhaps maybe like Bugs Bunny kissing his enemies, right? But then again, you look at these sort of scenes and then all the other ones in a lot of anime and manga, and there's so many instances where writers in Eastern works will use these perverts. In this case, it was Master... I want to say his name was Master Rochi? No. I'm probably getting his name mixed up. But he was, depicted as this perverted old man who should be scolded at for being old and perverted. And that's always like the workaround that they always go to. It's like, oh, see, we're making fun of this guy. Therefore, it means that we are condemning this behavior. But they're always using it to then depict these characters in these overt positions or where they're always the butt of the joke. And it's a constant thing that happens in these stories. So, and here's the thing, I also got a lot of people replying to me saying, well, some people did understand and they said, yeah, it wasn't all that good, and we should recognize that he was very influential in his work, but at the same time we should also mention this stuff as well. And I agree with those people, of course. But then also I had some people who said that I was calling him a pedophile. Of course, I'm gonna try to twist the pronunciation here so that YouTube doesn't come at me. But yeah, people said that, oh, you're accusing him of being a pedophile. And it's like, did I call him that anywhere in these things, in these segments? I don't remember me saying that. I made a joke about that he might have somebody held hostage. But then again, you might say that's a bit, overdoing it. But aren't these characters overdoing it? And so, of course, if you're going to depict something so ridiculous, I'm going to respond with a joke saying that, yeah, of course, this guy was concerning. And so that's the thing. It's like those people then try to almost like conflate what I said about him being a creep and the weirdo, and perhaps even normalizing stuff like this. And then they took that as me saying he was a pedophile, which, again, for all we know, he could have been. I mean, none of this stuff is a good look. I'm just going to say it that way, because it's not. And so if I'm more inclined to say yes or no, I'd be able to say yes, perhaps. But again, I'm not willing to, die for that sort of statement. But at the same time, this is enabling that sort of behavior. I don't know what you want me to say. So to kind of put it into perspective, I brought the whole clips from the show, and I guess we can then sort of, just kind of see how big this was, how far does the root go, or whatever the expression might be. I think this might be the clip. Yes. There we go. Okay.
Master Roshi is a lonely guy who likes to think he's a stud.
And be honest, guys. I want you guys to be honest. I'm not trying to have a gotcha moment or anything of that sort. I'm curious to hear what you guys think, how they approached it, how he approached it, what you guys thought he was trying to accomplish here. But I mean, it's pretty obvious to me. I'm willing to engage in this conversation, and I'm very confident in my position. Let me just make this at the top. There we go.
I'm Master Roshi, and this
Roshi,
is my
Roshi, there we go.
Yeah, you sly turtle man, feel that boogie.
That was not far off. And also, there's like scenes where Kid Goku, of course, he's a kid with his monkey tail. He pats Bulma on her privates because, of course, he's an alien and he's not well accustomed, or he doesn't know about the how not fragile, but how sensitive people might be about somebody touching you in your private area. Again, it's just like so ridiculous me needing to explain this, but it's in these works. And then when somebody points it out, a lot of people just try to ignore it.
Now which one of these shells said stud muffin? Do your legs hurt? 'Cause you've been running all through my dreams.
I don't have legs.
Well, I'm like a turtle and you're part fish. So what do you say you and me go inside and learn more about our species?
Aren't you going to give me a gift too?
What do you say? Did this young lady help you as well?
No, just
So that's Bulma, and she's 16, by the way.
the boy.
So when she starts off the series.
This one, but I could be persuaded to change my mind.
And it's so stupid the way she says "tada." That's like one of the other things I dislike about certain anime, is how certain characters, how they respond or how they react, and it's like so random for this character to just say "tada." It's like, okay. And what is this expression on her face? It's almost like she's like the creators knew that she was supposed to be somewhat disgusted, but also they didn't want to make her look disgusted because it wouldn't play well with the Japanese audience who prefers to look at cute faces and that are more appealing and don't make too negative of expressions, unless it is to scream at someone. Then it's permissible because then it's supposed to be like a joke.
There! Done! That's it!
Oh, my eyes. I think I'm blind. I'm gonna faint. Just look.
Again, 16-year-old.
Oh, great. Sounds tasty. Oh.
What the heck?
Master Roshi!
Goku doesn't know he's an alien before he did that to Bulma because he thought there was something wrong with her, since the only person he had seen in his life till then was his grandfather. See, that's like, again, they're creating these like stupid excuses to ride people into these perverted scenarios. Like, oh, it's kind of like, you could compare it to like I don't know. It's like, oh, I stumbled upon a Hooters. Oh, what is this place? And he's like, you're pretending not to know what you're doing, but in reality, it's like, you know what you're doing, and you're creating this fake scenario that is going to then trigger this sort of depiction of these characters. And when somebody presses you on it, you're gonna kind of like pretend like there was nothing of that sort in your mind. But it's like so exploitive. Like, it's become so obvious that it's beyond. It's like, how many more times are you going to do this before you're going to say, yeah, I did this on purpose? It's like, come on.
3:28.
It's not that it's just odd, it's that it's outright perverted. It's like, he is purposefully, in this case, Bulma, even if it's a child doing it to an older woman, even then, it's just perverted. And this, not with like an older man, you cannot even excuse any of this. Like, this isn't even fan service. I forget what the context was for this scene.
Good morning, Master Roshi.
Goku, you really shouldn't play so rough with girls. You must learn to be gentle with the young ladies.
Master Roshi, I've waited so long. Can we please start training?
Oh, training yet?
The next day.
First, let's put our uniforms on.
Right. Uniforms?
And I find it interesting that when I say, like, this stuff is odd, this stuff is weird, and, you know, we can acknowledge the fact that he was very influential while also realizing that he was playing into a lot of Eastern, or in this case, Japanese culture that was promoting some of, like, the negative aspects of that culture. And then when you mention that, people just get defensive for no reason. And it's not that because I'm criticizing him around his death. That's not what they take issue with. Their arguments boil down to me just to them saying that that it's okay because lolicons and pedophiles are two different things, and that a lolicon would not be arrested. But then that's a relativist argument. it's a relativist argument because it's like, okay, in the Middle Ages, they would probably get killed and stoned for putting out anything of that sort into the world. So it's like, what are you trying to make here? Well, like, what's the argument here? I'm so grateful to him, since without him, there would be no Sonic. That's interesting. I'm not sure if I know the full story of that. I'd be interested to hear what you have to say about that, because I'm not fully informed of it on like the whole backstory of Sonic. But you know, not even Sonic. He also worked, like we said, on Chrono Trigger and what's the other game? And Dragon Quest. It's like he influenced both of those to a great extent, and of course we can acknowledge and be thankful for like the stuff that he did. But I think it's a problem not with him specifically, but with Eastern media in general, with Japanese media, how they are very, the way they depict minors a lot of times is constantly getting ignored by everyone. And nobody's talking about it. Well, no, nobody's talking about it. Let's put it this way. People are talking about it. However, they don't let it influence the way they perceive that media. And I think that's a problem. I think it's maybe if you were a child and you tried to kind of like ignore it and you didn't think much of it, maybe, okay, I can see that. But then you see all these other instances of shows that you didn't necessarily grow up with, and you see that sort of influence in all these different shows, and you still choose not to say anything about it just because you think your series might be compromised here. I mean, that's what I think is essentially happening here. But yeah, Far Cry Lego says he said the Sonic stuff, and Nimbus says, nah, this stuff is totally odd and not necessary, of course. Doesn't mean, and then Far Cry Lego says, don't mean it has questionable stuff in the series, since Sonic was heavily influenced by Dragon Ball. Oh, in that sense, yeah, of course. With the whole emeralds and the supersonic form, of course. He was extremely influential in the battle manga sphere.
Yes, that's a good idea.
No doubt about it.
Now, why in the world did you have to bring that up?
Yeah. Nimbus says, a ton of stuff in Japan is ignored, really. That should be talked about. Yes. 100%. And it's some really creepy stuff in there. And I think, like, when certain groups call, like, for example, when conservatives, for example, call anime satanic or anything of that sort, it's like people try to write that off. But then again, it's like, this stuff is borderline pedophilic, you know? It's like, perhaps you should look into it aside from just taking it as some sort of reactionary criticism. Perhaps there's more to it than you would like to think. I don't know. It's worth considering, maybe, that a character, an old man gushing over a kid, is not necessarily something that should be even depicted. It's kind of like with Baldur's Gate 3, where there's a scene with, like we already talked about, with the bestiality thing, where and then they'll always say, oh, but the character's not actually a bear, they can transform into a bear. But they have a sex scene with the bear, but, just because he's a shapeshifter, that makes it okay. See, it's like, again, they always try to find some workaround, and then that scene in particular also has like this comedic element to it, where there's a squirrel watching that stuff happening in front of it, and the squirrel is shocked, and we're supposed to treat it as a laughable moment. I'll find it now, just to kind of give you guys some context, although some of you probably already know what it is. It's ridiculous. Let's see if we can find it with the reaction from people. Yep, there it is. Let me download it. I'm gonna download it and then immediately delete this from my computer because, yeah, I don't want this anywhere on my computer. But since I want to show it to you guys will see what I'm talking about. And so, yeah, let's actually finish the Dragon Ball thing first.
This looks like underwear.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's Turtle Hermit Fighting Armor.
Clever name.
Now we'll start off with aerobics. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello.
And I'm not even saying you can't have
Well, there we go,
like pervy old men in the series, because that can also like lead to some potential for not just comedic stuff but also some other stuff as well. But if it's done to this extent and in the way it's ingrained in the culture and in all these other shows, that tells you that it's not just done for like a very cheap comedic effect. There's something more here.
Maybe some quiet reading will change your mind.
Oh, gimme.
And at this point, it's like over obsessive. It's like, we get it. We know what his character is. Why do we have to be so overt about
For
it?
you. Or
6 months
See, it's like
later.
so
If we're
ridiculous.
taking a break, then I'm taking a nap. Anyone care to be my snuggle
This is
bunny?
a high-performance automatic weapon. It fires 100 rounds in less than 10 seconds.
And I think there's something about there's something to be said about how a lot of this might be quote unquote lost in translation. So a lot of people will give it the benefit of the doubt and say, well, this is Japanese culture, therefore there might be some nuance I am missing here. And I might not understand it to the fullest of my capacity. Therefore I should give it some benefit of the doubt. But then again, it's like the benefit of the doubt situation can only go so far.
Would anybody care for some coffee?
Because at a certain point, certain things become universal. And at that point, you can definitely see clear overlap happening.
Or orange juice?
Like, come on, you can't tell me... You can't tell me Western audiences don't know what's happening here.
Hello. Oh, silly me. This isn't my room. Since I'm here, I might as well give you these extra blankets in case you get cold.
And yeah, of course, they punch him and it's like, haha, see guys, he's being scolded, he's being shamed, but then again, it's like, but then they keep showing this character doing the same thing over and over again.
They're cranky. Please step back, everyone. I'm a doctor. Okay, let me just check for a heartbeat.
Excuse me, sir. I think you should go wait inside.
Hey, wait a minute. Ease up. Stop pushing. Oh, it's okay. Keep pushing.
Why don't you watch where you're going, pal?
Pale gray.
Wait, is this...
Okay, so we get the point.
Yeah, I guess there's no point in denying my greatness. Thanks for the plug, kid.
Well, you know I aim to please.
Okay.
Where's it going now?
So that was that. Not a fan of these scenes, of course. And so going back to the Baldur's Gate 3 situation, I had a very similar situation there. Where we had, well, let's watch this clip first. So yeah, this is man, this stuff is just warning if you don't want to watch this stuff, just I guess don't watch it for like the next minute. But it is going to be just kind of like gross. It's 20 seconds long, so yeah. I'm gonna play it now. And this is being shown at a expo, so people are reacting with it and they're laughing about it. And notice how like a lot of these people in the audience are women who are a lot more accepting of this stuff. It's like, and then there's the squirrel. And so you can always say it's a joke. It was intended to be a joke. But still you're showing stuff that you can make a choice that is going to take you there. It's going to take you that far. And it's clearly done there too. And then it's like the people will say, oh, it's just 2 minutes out of a 100-hour game. You are overreacting. Well, it's not just 2 minutes. There's also all these other scenes. And this 2 seconds is only representative of what the entire game is like. And so you just end up with a game that's mainly about, sex or crude millennial jokes. And so this 2 seconds is really representative, or 2 minutes is representative of the entire thing, of the entire product. Right? But then, even then, it's not even just that, because then you also have all these other scenes where it's just like, oh, these characters are having sex, therefore it's funny, haha, and it's this crude comedy that's devoid of any sort of true personality. It's just crude. That's what it is. Crude for crudeness sake. And again, you could say, oh, there's a purpose here, but again, what is it going to end up doing eventually? It's just, it's just normalizing certain ideas. That's what it is for. Yeah. And so going back to some other examples that, you run into, there's this one anime series, and you guys did talk about Jujutsu Kaisen once, right? How sometimes, oh gosh, was it that loud? I thought I turned it down. Sorry. But I did turn it down because I do think that it was very loud at first. Sorry. Let's see. Nimbus. A lot of stuff in Japan is ignored, yes. Yeah, I doubt that, since it is the same in the manga. Goodness. And then the jump scare comment. Yeah, sorry about that. And then let's see, somebody's commenting something on Twitch. We got some kind of automod who held a message for bullying, expired, and not posted to chat. Nosuke says, I think you'd like pervy sage in Naruto. It's questionable though, says Hosuke. You making me want to watch the show again. You mean like Naruto, or? I don't know what you're referring to, Hosuke. Have to be more specific there, but yeah, I don't know about Naruto. Maybe it'd be better, but I'd have to watch it without all the filler that's there. Let's see. What was it gonna say? Oh yeah, there's this one anime series, and you guys did talk about Jujutsu Kaisen, and you guys hinted at something being there along those lines as well. So you guys can let me know what that was specifically, because I couldn't find anything about it. But there's this other anime series, right? And it's called Made in Abyss. Have you guys heard about that? So that series is also known for its kind of questionable depictions of characters. And again, another example, this is something that I started to watch, but then I dropped it immediately after the first episode because I knew it was going to be awful. And I guess yeah, I have no idea. I have not watched it. So you have probably heard of Made in Abyss, but you have not watched it. Okay. So here are the subtitles. And yeah, you're gonna have to read the subtitles, but he also has a belly button, but I couldn't really see inside his butthole. I tried to probe him with a measuring stick, but it broke while inside him. Goodness gracious. Also, his blank doesn't appear to be mechanical, but more like a real one. And so these characters look like children, right? That's the Made in Abyss. It's a story about this giant gaping hole in the world, and our main protagonist decide to go into that abyss, and the deeper they go, the more twisted things they run into. And the art style in this show is, as you can see, very kid friendly. It looks like it's for babies, and then when you watch it, it's got a lot of this a lot of these undertones in the show. So that was the first clip. And I think and again, it's like just one of many series like this in Japan. And one of you guys said, I think it was Nimbus who said, there's a lot of stuff like this, right? There's a lot of stuff that's not being talked about in Japan. And I'm curious to hear what you think, what you mean by that. What else is there that's not being talked about? I know that there's like this issue that they have with prostitution and all that stuff. So I wonder if that's what you meant, or if there's something else that you know about that we don't know about ourselves. And yeah. Rico, I'm fine. The hot water just... What's up with your blank? Again, these are kids. And then you got this creepy cat looking at them. It's like a lot of these scenes are so unnecessary. And I choose this series because I remember it being just so awful. The story, I ended up watching the recaps because I was curious, like, to see what the mystery of the abyss was about. And while I was watching the recaps, even the reviewer was kind of like he's going over the weird stuff that was the reviewer who was going over the weird stuff that was in the thing. I think we watched this.
金属っぽい部分はよくしなる謎の物質でドリルでやっても傷つかなかった。ドリルでおへそもついてるけどお尻の穴はよく見えなかった。測り棒で調べようとしたら中で折れちゃった。あとチンチンは機械じゃないみたい。生っぽいのがついてて。
There's like this one hilarious one. I mean, I don't know if I would call it hilarious, but okay, here's the one. Why was it a double upload? Weird. The thing I wanted to show you guys is not here. I'm never gonna watch the series. I don't have a problem with it personally, the Baldur's Gate 3 stuff, as it lines up with how ridiculous players can push D&D sessions for laughs, but I guess you disagree. Well, I guess that's why people in the 80s called it satanic, probably, because it's like, okay, how far can we push this? What will this kind of diverge into? And if like that's the point of D&D, then it's like, okay, then it's a stupid game, right? And I have played a version of D&D. It was like Warhammer, right? I have played it. And of course it never reached those levels. So it's not like I'm kind of like totally being negative about it. Now let me find that clip because it's a longer one. And it's like the better ones. The better one of them all. Hold on. Just let me find it. I don't know why I have Bill Nye the Science Guy in my ear right now. that sounded weird. But there's a, what the heck? Why did this clip come on for me? Okay, I think I found it. What the heck? Yeah, I'm definitely showing this to you guys. Okay. Okay, and I found the clip I wanted to show you to begin with. Okay, we got two short clips. Okay, here we go.
Hi!
Okay. Here we go.
はいこの笛でピーって私がおとりになってうわー始まりでなくてなんでしょう
I turned it down, by the way, because it was loud again.
やったよレグ私たち最後の授業を乗り切ったんだよ
Yeah, this is what happened in the series. It's pretty messed up. It's not necessarily about anything in particular right now. I just kind of wanted to give you a perspective of what's gonna happen, of what happens in this series. It's very dark. Yeah, and then now the clip I wanted to show you from the start.
レグは
It seems like it's the same one, but it's longer, so. Uh-huh. Alright.
どんな理由でどんな人が作ったの
Okay, turn out the audio again. And let's watch this. So, yeah, again, this show is very sus.
とかだってチンチンまで大きくなるんだよ
Okay, hold on.
レグはどんな理由でどんな人が作ったの
Who made Reg and why?
とか
I mean, even his blank gets bigger, you know?
だってチンチンまで大きくなるんだよチンチンって何普段はこんな感じのでレグがおっぱい見たり
When Reg or Reggie or whatever sees boobs or touches Nanachi, it
触ったりしてるとああパパ号のことか
what?
たりナチ触ったりしてるとああ
Oh, you mean the Papa pole?
パパ号のことか
Yeah, that was Made in Abyss. I do not recommend watching the show. I'm even myself missing a lot of context here because I don't even watch this show. I did watch the first episode and I was already checked out at that point. That was so loud. goodness. So many loud moments. Okay, let's go back to the game. And let's finish this. Yeah, avoid Made in Abyss. So Hosuke knows what we're talking about with Made in Abyss. That's good. Because, yeah, it's not good. But yeah, that one issue I mentioned above with Japan is only one of many in It Seems. What are some other examples? But I'll say, okay, maybe you said it earlier. It's basically a meme with the, okay, you said that already, but I'll say it's never been with an animal or shapeshifter from my experiences in the games, and it's usually just witches or other similar sorts of human NPCs. Yeah. I mean, that's the point. It's they're kind of pushing it. Okay, let's see if we get lost in here. But that's the thing. It's also like the other response I got from this one person was like I said, you can't legally persecute a person like that. Therefore, you can't do anything to that person. Therefore, you shouldn't be talking about it because you can't legally take them down. It's like, okay, there's so many things that are wrong in this world that are not made illegal and or should be, right? And that person would probably agree that sometimes there are things that should be made illegal. And even then, it's like there were things that once were not illegal, but now are. So, are you trying to make the argument that those things should be made legal again? It's like, see how stupid those arguments are. I don't think these people realize how dumb they sound.
Are they ready? Have you planted the explosives yet?
Move the picks. Oh, goodness.
Razor's just finishing his off now.
Good. Let's test them out.
No! No, I'm still up!
I love how you guys just cut the part where he just explodes. You guys didn't miss anything, don't worry. Every time I mess up, you guys don't miss anything. It's the part where I just kind of move around the shafts. Epic moment for me. Thanks, guys.
You sure about that?
Oh gosh, I didn't even notice. Crap, I just accidentally stepped on him. Oops, it's over for me, isn't it? And they're all coming there. Oh no.
Okay, I found someone over here.
No, you didn't see anything. Oh, that was an accident, guys. Calm down.
What happened to you?
I'm getting out of here. I can't leave this place. Oh no.
Anyone got a plan? We've got to find him or we're next, you hear me?
Too many people here.
Batman? Can you hear me? Show yourself!
Oh.
Hold up, I'm coming with you. We've put bumps on the gargoyles and are armed to the teeth.
It was an
I have a
accident.
bad feeling about this.
Stop looking this way, dude. Stop looking this way. So one of you said we're not that far off. What if we just kind of... There we go. Oh crap. These guys... they're destroying the gargoyles. No! Oh no, I'm just destroying the gargoyles. Uh-oh. These guys are evil. Can I just throw a bunch of batarangs at them? I know that was a pretty stupid idea. Yeah, that was very stupid of me. I know. Get up. Get up, sir. Good. Maybe that wasn't so stupid after all. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Get out.
Intensive treatment belongs to us.
See, I know what I'm doing, guys. Nope, too many people. Yeah, sure thing, bro. Wait. What? Don't forget the gargoyles are booby.
Joker said so.
The gargoyles are booby? Oh no. Master Roach is gonna enjoy that. How do I just get them to come over there? How do I... Oh, there we go. Come on. Up. Up. Ah.
We put bumps on the gargoyles and our arm to the teeth.
Gotta do everything on your own. Come on, go up the stairs, you clown. This is gonna mess with me, I'm telling you guys. Stupid game. See, it's like... whatever. Screw you, game. I couldn't even get up the stairs. Avoid using booby-trapped gargoyles unless absolutely necessary for a quick escape. Oh, really? Okay, let's see. Lol, detonate after subdue the bad guy.
Razor's just finishing his off now.
Nah, you have a skill issue. This game has a running processing issue. How about that? I'm never wrong. It's always the game's fault. I'm the best there is. Can I drop this on his head?
You sure about that?
Just turn around.
I just hope he stays away, that's all. I don't
There
want
we
any
go.
trouble. Joker's nearly done, and then we can all get the hell off free.
Sure thing, bro. All of them are detonated.
Maybe we should lock up the fat freak here. Serve him right.
Have you checked the timesheets? I'm sure there were more of you at the beginning of the day.
You heard the boss.
Good. See, now we're doing everything well. See, I'm telling you guys, it was the game's fault. It wasn't my fault. Get up.
What happened to you?
What is this guy doing? He's just sitting in there. Total success 100% of the time. Nearly 50% of the time. No, it's like 99% of the time.
He's taken one of you out, and not in a nice first date kind of way.
What is this guy doing? Oh, it's over for me.
Help! He's over here!
Come on. I gave you everything. That
Maybe it's like, okay, 90% instead of 99%.
deserve whatever he does to you.
Front door's locked, back door's locked, and the roof is mine. Worst way. It'd be crazy to try to get in here.
You may want to go west and check out the walkway. While you're there, keep going.
Sure it came from over there. Come on, where are you? Ah, the hell with this.
Whew, okay. And now what's up with that other guy? He hasn't changed positions at all.
Sure, there used to be 4 of you down there.
You heard the boss.
Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Yeah, guys, we did it. We're the best. Okay, cool. He's the best there is at what he does, and what he does isn't very pretty. So true. And now we gotta find out what we gotta do next. It's also not going to be very pretty. Okay. Ah, yes. You know what? Let's go inside. Because there was this one computer there that I wanted to go to. Let's hack this. This must be one of the more difficult ones. Focus. What is this explosion sound? Yes. You run around a lot with the detective vision, don't you? Isn't that what most people do? What is this? Here we go, that's where we're supposed to go. But if we go this way... Yeah, let's go here first. Yeah, it makes me feel more comfortable and safe. Hehe. I mean, it's not like I need it. Like, come on, it's like, I can definitely tell you what I'm supposed to do here now. There's nothing here. I've been lied to. What? She looks awful. No wonder why he works at an asylum. In the beginning, he never used it. Scan the picture on desk. I already did. I'm already way ahead of you, man. Like I told you guys, I'm already good at this game. It's not a skill issue. Uh-oh. Oh no. See, okay. See, I already know what's up with this part. I've read books about this part here. Don't think I'm stupid, I don't get scared easily. Batman might be escaping patients. That's cool. What? Yeah, I read about this part. How they were trying to make it seem like the game glitched on purpose. Which is a cool idea. To make people think it was some kind of trick.
You were
What?
right, Mr. J. Classic martyr case with delusions of grandeur.
What? I get to play as the Joker for the first time ever? That's so cool. No wonder why this game was so beloved by so many. And it kicked off to everything.
It's a mistake. I didn't do it.
Got some very cool set pieces. Let's go.
He don't look so big and scary now, does
Where's his cape? How is she walking? That's not a good walk, man. Somebody needs to fix this animation. That looks like she is, what is she doing? No. Harley, we gotta call this off, man. It's not working between you and me. What is this? Is this what I'm coming back home to? No, I'm calling this off.
Can I keep him, sweetie? Please, please.
Just gotta check your prisoner, dear.
Whatever. Just be quick. He's not looking too good.
Oh.
He's not. We really should feel sorry for him. He never fully
creepy.
got over his parents' death. It left him quite insane.
Excuse me?
What is
You're
going
insane.
on inside your head, Wayne?
He knows my name.
He's gone. Just a twisted shell of a man.
What?
He's
What's going
all
on?
yours, Joker.
Oh, goody. Come on, Mr. J. We're ready.
What are we supposed to do here?
Waited a long time for this, bats. Let's start the party with a
You're not gonna kill me, aren't you? What? Oh. Metal stick? What metal stick? There's only left and right. Oh my goodness, what happened? Was that supposed to happen? Oh no. I have dementia now? That's so creepy. What? Am I running for president now? If this is what I look like? What is going on? What are we doing? Ew. Oh, that's creepy. Whew. What is this? Ew. See, this is why we need Batman in New York. He needs to take care of the rat problem. Flashbacks to when I thought I broke my parents' computer wheel. when watching a playthrough of this. Wow, seriously. When I was like 8 or 9. Says Nimbus. Sir Dietzel, you play as Joker in Night? Yeah, but it's pretty lame in Night. And Origin, says Nimbus. But it was like the first time here. Very cool. Okay, we get to fight ourselves? Wow. You're not me. I do not eat rats. I am a flying rat. Okay, we gotta do some kind of trick here. Oh, it's over. Woodcap, Joker's also playable in the challenge maps. His animations are funny, but he doesn't have many gadgets, which sucks. That's Snyder's Batman in the cell. Well, okay, think about Snyder's Batman. You're referring to his comments, right? We should watch those. I'm gonna watch those after we finish the sequence. What are we supposed to do here? Oh yeah, we have our gadgets, cool. Shut up! Okay, that doesn't work. Yeah, it does. Okay, weird.
What are you doing, little bat?
Oh no. Not this again. Oh no, spooky scary skeletons. They're actually harder than they look. They look pretty inoffensive, but they're like very powerful enemies. They have a very good powerful kick that is bony, but at the same time when they hit you, they have the power to turn you. They're very quick actually. Okay? They're quick, they're fast. Okay, let's go. Whoa.
Our head of research, Dr. Crane, has made no real progress, but he seems to enjoy his work, so what the hell?
Every single time I help you figure it out. On the next second.
I'm assured that he's cured almost every patient sent to him, and both
See, because we have a link. We have a link that's
Can believe what you see, Batman.
that transcends any sort of, you know, cheating. I don't even know. It's kind of like a psychic mental connection, I think, that we share. Oh no, he's gonna touch me up there. Ugh, quick. Okay, good, good. Up, up, up. Guys, I'm stuck. Guys, help, I'm stuck. I can't go up. Fine. I thought I was gonna die. Oh no. Let's wait for him. There's still time.
What are you, Batman?
Save Martha. I wonder what we play these after Asylum is finished. Well, that's the thing. Oh no. Oh no. I was not being patient. I should have waited to see what would have happened. Oh, please don't send me all the way back to the beginning, please. I cannot stomach this. No, it's gonna put us after the skeletons for sure. See, told you. Good. So after this game, so here's the thing. Here's an update for everyone who has not been on Instagram. So like I said, we did a vote for what game we wanted to play, perhaps. Down, let's go down. And okay, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do there, but we did choose Doom on this YouTube live. But then on Instagram, when I offered people what game they wanted to play, so again I asked them if it was going to be Doom versus Fallout versus Devil May Cry versus Red Dead Redemption. Red Dead Redemption ended up winning on Instagram. And so in that case, we have one vote for Instagram and one vote for Doom. And I guess I'm the tiebreaker. And the question is, do we just maybe finish playing Batman? And then once we finish Batman, we move on straight to Red Dead Redemption? Or do we kind of alternate between both of them? Oh crap. Ah, I should have known. But yeah, the question is, do we both play? Because it's Doom versus Red Dead Redemption, and I'm leaning more towards Red Dead Redemption. Because here's the thing, after playing Tomb Raider, I'm like kind of getting worried now that with Doom, perhaps I might be running into similar issues. Where it's kind of like a more classic game. A more classic game? Classic games are just, they require a lot more skill, I would say. A lot more skill, a lot more focus, and I'm worried that for Doom I would require a lot more focus. And so when you stream that, it's more difficult, I would say. And I don't know if it's kind of like another instance of playing a Tomb Raider game or like a Zelda game. And I would not want to interrupt our gameplay session and just give up on Doom like we have with Tomb Raider, at least when it comes to streaming, you know?
I think you need a little more.
No, I think you need to die.
What do you have to see?
Oh, it's showing us how it happened. Oh, there's more. No. Grappling hook. Oh, okay. We landed safely.
Are you enjoying the extra dose, little rat? I'm going to rush things this time. I'm going to save every moment as I slowly destroy.
Oh yeah. The question is, do we alternate between a superhero game and the game, or do we just choose one game? We choose one game that's going to be a fun series, and I think if we go with, like, for example, Red Dead Redemption, see, they're just punching me, but if we just go with Red Dead Redemption, I think that would be a fun series to do, I think. And I think it'd be a good idea to stay just on one series, but at the same time, I do see the appeal of alternating between two different titles. And I guess I can ask that in the poll. Let me ask this in the poll. Yes, start a poll. How do we? Okay, so how should we stream? The first option is going to be option 1, finish the game, then start a new one. And then the second option is going to be alternate between 2 games. And then so the alternating is going to be, for example, like Saturday and Monday. So Saturday would be, for example, the superhero game. And then Monday would be the non-superhero game. Okay. Alternate between 2 games, finish game, then start a new one. Yep. How should we alternate? How should we stream? All right. Okay, and then you guys are responding to my Doom question and my concerns. And I think you guys are saying it's easier, right? Every single time I help you. Okay, I read that. I still like parts of BVS and that, like, but dang, I can't believe how hardcore I used to be for the film. Yeah, man, you had some issues then. I was so proud when RDR won the poll on Instagram, Red Dead Redemption. Yeah, you were pretty disappointed that it lost on YouTube Live. But yeah, when it comes to like how if we alternate between 2 games, wow, that's winning. Okay. I just figured, sometimes it's just better to finish one series, but so far that's winning, so that's pretty interesting. I'd be curious to see why you guys think that it's better if we alternate. Why not both of them? One on each day. Yeah, that would be the idea. So for example, Monday would be the non-superhero game, and then Saturday would be the superhero game. Doom's just run and shoot. No, asks Nimbus. And Far Cry Lego says, yes, it is. I played a lot of Doom games. I think both would be good. Doom doesn't require as much focus. You just run around and kill monsters. Yep. Ironically, remember zoning out in a religion class at school playing classic Doom and my laptop in the back. I played all the Doom. So that was Nimbus. And then Far Cry Lego says, I played all the Doom games so I know how it works. And Nimbus says, I think the variation would be cool for the streams. Doom as more of an arcade shooter and RDR for story and slower paced stuff. I vote alternate, but finish Arkham first, then alternate between RDR and Doom. Oh, that's a cool idea, actually. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's a cool idea. So maybe you should, first kind of just focus. Oh, crap. Yeah, it's over for me. So first finish Arkham. Oh, it's this type of boss battle. Okay. What? He died? So much for a spooky, scary skeleton. Okay. Oh, okay. It's like the Bane boss battle. I'm gonna die now. That's a cool idea. First, finish the Arkham game, and then alternate between Doom and the other one. That's a great idea.
This takes you forever.
I like that. Thanks, guys. See, I was like wondering. Huh. It's like, what should I do? Batman and some other game. Should it be Doom and RDR? And they just kind of figured it out. See, this is why I like doing these streams with you guys. Hey, everything's buried, guys. You guys are fast. And I already lost half of my thing. How cool.
You're fighting back. Good. It can only weaken your
Die. It's just kind of taking its time. Oh, no. This is so bad. There we go. I don't even know what I'm doing, but it's working.
How much more do you think you can take? Does it scare you to know that I've almost defeated you?
Yeah, we got this. We're not gonna lose this time around. Come on, I countered that. See, that's what I liked about the Spider-Man combat. It's like you could always change your movements at mid-move. It's like you went for a punch, you can always change. There we go. You could change from a punch to a counter and vice versa, I believe. If you changed your mind. That was like a cool addition.
How are you doing this? You've ingested
Oh,
enough
dang.
toxins to drive 10 men insane. What are you?
Just catch him quick.
Batman, you're as crazy as the rest of us. You need us as much as we need you. And to prove it, I'll flood the catacombs with enough fear
What?
gas to break the minds of everyone in Gotham for 100 years.
What? Okay, it's saved. Therefore, it means that we're doing something right. Okay. Let's watch this Zack Snyder clip. Oh. What's going on? Should we just finish this guy off? And then move on to Snyder? And then call it a day? Or is this going to like start us off on a totally different 30-minute sequence? Love to stream on this day. I go from work, take a 40-minute bus ride, I get home, all while listening, watching. Oh, thank you, man. You are amazing, of course, as are the rest of you. And I enjoy having your company, of course. I kind of want to just... I think this is going to start us off on a totally different... There's a good spot to stop in a minute. Okay, so we keep playing for now. I think we should just drop, right? Well, he said in a minute, so I'll just... I believe this is going to save us, right? There we go, that's what we wanted. There we go.
So what's down there? Killer Croc cell. Hell, you've heard the stories. Might as well call it.
I'm still waiting for Killer Croc to... What is this place? What? What is this place? What? What is going on? Guys? Dr. John plans on elevating...
You're cheating. You must be.
So this was the Scarecrow's hideout. He's just using the same pictures of me. He must be obsessed. Crazy. Ugh. Right after a cutscene, or do what you want, you found the Easter egg room, I think. Yeah, I think it was. It was the Easter egg room. And we're back to it. It depends how far away the cutscene is. I assume we just have to chase after him now? Or no, go back? Gain access to Killer Croc's lair via intensive treatment. Oh, it's in there. Okay. Okay, whatever. Let's just drop on these guys. Can we? Weren't we here before? I remember this place. It looked somewhat similar to this place. Yeah, this is the elevator place where Harley dropped on us. The previous elevator. There's one more fight with thugs and then a cutscene, almost positive. Yeah, I trust you because you have this all figured out. Don't you? Okay, we're doing something wrong here for sure. No, we're just climbing up. Makes no sense. Go back down. Turn off detective vision, have a look around. You'll see where to go. Oh, here we go. There's a zapper here. I mean, I just kind of want to go here, honestly. But we're getting further away from the objective. And that's a problem. That's a problem for sure. Go back. You have to have a chance to stop before going forward. Okay, there we go. You guys are all climbed up here. There we go. Trust me, you looked right at the way you were meant to go. Yeah. Stairs. Yes, yes. Very well, my friends.
Patient interview number 1. So, I'm your first, aren't I? You know what they say, you never forget your first time. I'll try to make it.
Let's just bring back classic YouTube playthrough memories. Yes, I'm with me, says Fucker Lego. Why? Because I suck? Is that it? Huh? Is that it, guys? There we go. Oh no. I always wondered how Bruce managed to finally... Oh my gosh, he's looking at us. How he managed to just kind of create a console for himself. And just hack with it. That's so creepy the way he looks at us. It's like he's like, can you do it faster, sir? Stop being so slow. Ah, I'm mad. Uh-oh, it's about to explode. Let's do it again. And we almost got it right away. Come on, we're not even changing position on this. There we go. Hmm. Dum 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 dum. Alrighty.
Me too. What's he doing down here anyway? How's the boss let him walk around this place? I don't trust him.
Just another distraction for the bat, which suits me fine.
What do you mean? He's here!
Uh-oh, what happened? Guys, don't do it.
More firepower.
Whoa, that moves like, oh, crap. Alright, we did what we had to do. The red line on the ground. And what is this? Fresh meat. Let's take a picture of it. Probably useful. Or not. Okay. Is it bad to say you are reminding me of DSP playthroughs? DSP? Hold on. Or is it A? DSP playthroughs. What are DSP's playthroughs? Autisticplaythroughs.com? Down syndrome playthroughs? What? What is this? Open sesame. There we go. Oh. This must be it. Just look it up. How not to play. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I guess it is very bad. Wait, what? Yeah, okay, I can see that now. This is where Killer Croc is, isn't he? Croc Slayer. It's Killer Croc, he's dead. Or shed. He shed his skin.
One step closer, and this goes into the water.
What are you doing here?
The cave will fill with your deepest, darkest nightmares, and you will never reach your precious venom roots.
Great voice actor, they changed him in Arkham Knight. Oh. Oh. Oh no, he took him with him. What? We're getting out of here. Okay. I think that was the cutscene you were talking about. Oh my. Yeah, he's dead. Wait, he's not dead. What? What did Killer Croc do to him? Well, dang. That was crazy. So what happens to Scarecrow if he gets? Because I did hear that he had a run-in with the Killer Croc guy, but it's like he looks like he's about to die there. Let's finish the end, Paul. You guys were pretty unanimously in agreement. I thought that this would be somewhat. I guess it was just 4 people voting, but still, that's interesting. And you see his playthroughs. That is how he got messed up in Arkham Knight. So you see his bat left on the ground. Well, you saw him in Night. He's quite torn up about his treatment here. And then you say bag. You can see his bag left on the ground. Oh, really? And what am I supposed to do with this bag? Am I supposed to consume it? Sniff it? I guess it's just like a thing that's going to be referenced later. Nothing. Well, dang. I just wonder how he escaped. Did he mention it in Night how he managed to escape? Okay. That's curious. Alright, let's find the clip of Zack Snyder talking to us about the whole Batman situation. And that's where we're going to end it off on. So, yeah, let's do that. We saw how. Did he use his bag on him or something? Is one of the endings to the game. Oh. Did you find Scarecrow's boat in Arkham City? I did not. I don't think I have. Anyway, let's find this last thing I wanted to show you guys. When we talk, I should be able to find it here. By the way, he had like an entire episode with not Seth Rogen, Joe Rogan, and he said a lot of interesting stuff. Okay, so let's pause this game and let's find this clip of mine. Dragon Ball, nope. This ain't it. There we go. Turn your volumes down just to be sure. Do it now. Okay? And then adjust your volume accordingly.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
But it's interesting to see.
Okay, so yeah, it's pretty interesting how he agreed to do a podcast with Joe Rogan, but I guess it's a huge platform, so of course he would do it. As many celebrities have done in the past, RDJ has done it himself. So it's interesting to see, just how many people are willing to go on there. I'd go there, right? Joe Rogan would be definitely pleased to have me on his podcast. I'd be able to explain everything to him in terms of comic books, and he'd be impressed to see my YouTube channel, and he'd ask me questions about that, and I'd be like, you got to learn from the pros. You got to be able to learn from the pros, man. Here's my advice to you, Joe. First, you have to hide your face, and then you have to just kind of be yourself, and you got to tell the truth. You got to call it like it is, and you got to stop smoking weed, right? And you got to focus on what matters in life, which is playing video games. None of this talking podcast nonsense. Anyway, let's see what he told Zack Snyder. It's a like a lot of stuff was picked up from this clip alone because people were not having it with what Zack Snyder has been saying it. And I guarantee you, had Zack Snyder still been around at the DC universe, people would have loved him. I mean, people would have been more open to hearing what he had to say in this episode, but because he's no longer there and James Gunn is taking over, now people are just kind of totally turning on him. And by the way, I have turned on him like a long time ago. So again, I'm gonna be as objective with this as I can be. Of course, I'll inject my own takes into this, because why wouldn't I? Yes, let's listen to this.
When there's like such a strong reaction to certain things, and especially amongst like really wild hardcore fans, because there's hardcore like particularly.
Trust me, I know.
Yeah, you well, you also face it because you cover these genres, you cover these subjects that are iconic. Superman, Batman. I mean, just those alone.
No. And by the way, that's a lifestyle choice for a lot of people. It's not a movie.
Right.
Right? It's not a movie. It's not like if I made a romantic comedy, you'd be like, okay, that was fun.
Right.
Like the people who love, and by the way, I love that they feel this passionately. I'm not, in no way would I criticize them.
Yeah, so in general, it's always better to hear the person say what they have to say. You know, you listen to them out loud. It's very different from what you would read about what they said. Or even if you just heard about it from a headline, it's way two different things. And he's already here. You know, he's already setting himself up for like a very somewhat normal take, saying, oh yeah, I relate to you guys. I'm in the same boat. I try to do what any other fan would do. And so already he's trying to, I think people did react to his comments more on the negative side than I would have expected, because I do think that he's saying a lot of things that make sense. He's not using the best words to describe them, which is a common Zack Snyder thing to do. It's always to use the worst words, the worst word choice to kind of describe what you want to say. And you know, he's always said some stupid stuff like the one time when he said that in his universe Batman could get raped in the prison. That was just so stupid. Why would you even say that? And I think at that point it became not even a matter of him using a poor choice of words. At that point it was just like, come on, dude. It's like, why do you even have to go there? And I think it's somewhat correlated with what he's going to talk about here now. And yeah, I'm not a fan of his movies. I did enjoy Man of Steel when it came out. And over time, I just realized that the movie has a lot of flaws. And the more I realized what Superman is really about, that kind of solidified my opinion of Man of Steel. I still enjoyed watching the film, but it's way lower. You know, it once used to be my 9 out of 10 film. I know it's kind of embarrassing now to think about it, but I don't even think it's maybe it's a 7 out of 10 now, but even then I think that'd be overdoing it. Maybe like a 6, 5, because the way it just trashes Pa Kent, and how it changes the character so much, and it adds the whole death when Superman kills Zod, when he snaps his neck. I find that entire sequence to be a little bit unnecessary at the end, and I think it goes back to, again, what he's trying to say here. So let's not delay that any further, because they're going to get into the discussion of Batman killing. And as you can see, it's all going to be somewhat correlated with him, with what he believes to be his way of depicting these characters and his way of thinking about it.
That because I feel I live the same life, right? Because like for me, it's morning, noon, and night. But so for those guys, it's not just a movie. And so you have to, on some level, you have to acknowledge that this is their religion, you know, and they feel strongly about it. And by the way, the truth is it's my religion too, you know, so it's a.
I think it's a good choice of words here, calling it a religion, because I do think it has become that in a lot of ways. Some people just love comic books, and I mean, like, I do too. I obviously live and breathe superheroes, but for me it's not like the most important thing in life. It's my main hobby, sure, one of my main hobbies, but it's not the thing that truly defines what I believe or what I do right? It's way different for me.
I tend to get in trouble because of I do take a deconstructivist point of view because of Dark Knight.
And I think that's like the worst thing he said in this entire interview. He says that he takes a deconstructionist approach to things, which is like a no-go for me. Like, come on, just keep the characters to what they are. Don't try to make some sort of analysis of them, or don't try to make a point about them that should have never even been there to begin with.
Turns because of Watchmen, if you've read those two comics, it's hard to go back.
And I agree with him there. If you've read The Watchmen and The Dark Knight Returns, it's hard to go back from the deconstructionist perspective, because people don't like to admit this, but The Dark Knight Returns and The Watchmen and a lot of Frank Miller comic books are deconstructionist. They are a deconstruction of the mythos, which is why I don't like them, and why I believe that they are not close to anything definitive about the characters. And I do think that The Dark Knight Returns at least maintains some level of consistency with the character, but it does often find itself it veers off into too many different directions when it comes to trying to abandon the source material, or just kind of it tries to say something more profound than there already was. Like with the whole Harvey Dent at the end of book 1 of The Dark Knight Returns, when he says he sees a reflection, he sees himself in Harvey. What he's saying there at the end is that he's basically seeing himself as a Two-Face equivalent. He's like, oh yeah, I'm you. I'm also crazy like you. And I sympathize with you because I know what it's like to be in that space. And it's like, do you? You guys are like two different characters. And yet you're saying that he is the same, he's like you, because what? It's like, I don't like that at all about The Dark Knight. And I think it's even, but then there's like a lot of things in The Dark Knight Returns that I do like the way he, calls the guns the enemy, the weapon of the coward, or when he makes all these different choices and he does decide to basically announce war against the criminals. And I do like that aspect, that mission statement that the Batman is committed to. That's very much in line with the character when he came out in the comic books originally. So I do like that a lot. And so yeah. So again, then you go to Frank Miller's Year One, and that just totally deconstructs Batman. Like the way he becomes, his entire reason to become Batman is because he may have hallucinated seeing a bat during his suicide attempt. Like you don't get more deconstructionist than that. And I remember a few years ago, I used to be a coper. I would cope so hard because I would try to maintain this view that no, these stories are hailed for a reason. People love these stories for a reason. It's because they do represent the definitive versions of Batman, like many have claimed them to be. But then you realize it's like, no, Batman, like the Danny O'Neill version of Batman did not try to commit suicide in his origin story. Or he was not like Two-Face. Or Jim Gordon in Year One is turned into this loser who cannot even provide for his wife without being a total snob himself, a deadbeat dad. And it's just a pathetic version of Jim Gordon, right? So again, people don't really, or I guess people, that's the reason why those stories became popular, by the way. It's because you have a certain story, right? Like you have your monthly Batman stories. Every month you get a different Batman story, and it's usually the same thing. Batman is a hero, a traditional hero, and you get that for a decade, 2 decades, 3 decades, and then imagine The Dark Knight Returns comes out, and it's like this totally different perspective on the character that in a lot of ways redefines him, but it's like this new perspective. And at that time, that deconstructed version of the character is something new and fresh. And for that reason, it might seem like it's something better. But I think now with time, I think we can see the benefit of hindsight. We can see that kind of like that original version of the character that we had, which, you know, I prefer the traditional take on heroes now that I think about it than a deconstructed version of a character, because once you kind of go in that direction, it ends up spiraling out into all these different directions, all these different possibilities, all these different things you didn't necessarily account for at first. Like, for example, if you say Batman was crazy all along, that just opens up an entire can of worms that I do not even want to get near. Like, it's like, oh, he's crazy? So how far did all this go? And what are the relationships he had with all these people? Were they crazy as well? Where is like the entire city just crazy? Even Jim Gordon, who was working with him, and like now we gotta also look into his psyche and what that means for the character. It's like just so much unnecessary stuff. So Zack Snyder is 100% right when he says that those two stories, and of course like Frank Miller in general, these types of stories are deconstruction based. Nimbus. There's people that claim those stories are definitive Batman. If I like them, but I never thought of them as definitive, only side stories with different takes. The other day I saw James Gunn share on Twitter or perhaps Instagram. He said that if I were to recommend people a Superman story to read, their first comic book story to get into Superman, he would recommend, that's what he said. He said, I would recommend All-Star Superman and Superman for All Seasons. And I just sat there and I was amazed because All-Star Superman is about the character when he dies. He is dying in that storyline. He is at the end of his journey. You get to see him at the end of everything. Why would you say that that would be the starting point for somebody when that is supposed to be the tail end, the end? It's like saying, oh yeah, to understand Batman, you should play Arkham Knight. Imagine playing Arkham Knight as your first exposure to the character of Batman. It's like basically Batman Arkham Knight is just a long goodbye, right? And that's what the game is really all about. Just him saying goodbye to all these characters, him realizing that this is his final night. And imagine being your first exposure to Batman. It's like, who are these characters? What are they doing here? Who's Dick? Who's Barbara? Why am I saying goodbye? Who is this Joker character in the background who I'm hallucinating? What is this weird trippy sequence? What is this Scarecrow? What's his deal? Why is he so stuck? Why does he want revenge? What's up with this city? Why is there it's like so many questions come out of nowhere. And not out of nowhere, I guess, but it's like so many questions appear suddenly. And it's like the same thing with All-Star Superman. Who is Lois Lane? What's up with the Daily Planet? Why is Clark pretending to be a hero and then a reporter some other time? It's like you first have to understand the basics, and to tell people read All-Star Superman as your first Superman story, that just tells me you know nothing about these characters. You have no clue whatsoever as to, or you don't even understand how people think. It's like if you're telling me, if you cannot tell normies, for example, who want to become more knowledgeable on the characters, you cannot guide them in the right direction. And so now that kind of like brings it back to James Gunn, who is now going to direct these movies, and he's starting out a new universe, which, by the way, Peacemaker Season 2 is going to take place after the Superman movie, but Peacemaker Season 1 is not going to be a part of the new universe. Again, this guy doesn't know what he has to prioritize in order to tell a streamlined story. But again, that's James Gunn, so but when you said, oh, I didn't even hear that people call them definitive or that some claim them to be. Yeah, there are people who actually think that. And, if you look at all the top 25 lists, for example, for IGN, what sort of comic books will you see? It's for like top 10, top 25 Batman stories. You will definitely see Batman Year One, Batman The Dark Knight Returns. You will see The Killing Joke, which in a lot of ways is somewhat of a deconstruction, kind of not, kind of. Alan Moore admits that he kind of doesn't know what he wanted to do with that story himself, so it's a bit convoluted, but you will see all these different stories, and they're going to be at least in the top 10, if not top 5. And so, yeah, people will say those are the best stories, and oftentimes people make the big mistake of starting out with those stories because they think, oh, it's the good ones, therefore it means it will be the right way to start. When in reality, it's different. It's maybe like Year One, because that seems like an origin story, although it, like we said, it changes a bit of like who Batman's supposed to be. At least it's from a beginner's perspective. It's an origin story, therefore you are being introduced to the beginnings of this character, so that makes sense to me. But the rest of these stories that are taking place later in life or near their deaths, at that point it's just, it's like, no. Definitive version is DCAU. Yeah, people love that version for sure, and I agree. I can see why people would think that. And also, you said Arkham series. Yeah, I can also see that, except with like the recent, not counting the recent entries with the Suicide Squad, and maybe even Arkham Knight to some extent. Is there something wrong with alternate stories? Or is it the people's perception of them? What do you mean by alternate stories? Do you mean like different universes, Elseworlds, American Alien all the way? Oh, like their own interpretations of the character? Might as well recommend Death of Superman as their first read. Exactly. That was actually someone else left that sort of comment in like, they replied to me in the DMs. They're like, might as well just recommend The Death of Superman. And yeah, it's hilarious. It would be an equivalent to that, which I wouldn't be surprised if he would recommend. I think The Death of Superman is 290s for him, which is crazy because you'd think that 90s is a perfect fit with James Gunn, but I think he's more of a 70s. He's definitely more of an 80s kid, definitely. By the way, he went to therapy when he was a kid in the 80s, which, that wasn't like the most popular thing to be doing in the 80s as a kid, right? It's just weird. The American Alien message was separate to the alternate stories message, just saying American Alien is a great start for Superman, in my opinion. I have not finished that storyline because it's like divided into several issues, and each issue is its own story. But the issues I have read are somewhat interesting. I do like that. I did like what we saw with, like, for example, Clark learning to fly, or him being scared that he might just fly away. Now that's great stuff. I don't know how far it progressed in the story, like where that went later on, but I did like those first few issues. Anyway, let's go back to Zach. So yeah, I think he's a Frank Miller fan, so it makes sense for him to then. Here's the thing, that's what I'm talking about. It's like Zack Snyder is a Frank Miller fan, and it makes sense for him to then want to take things to their natural course. It's like he's gonna follow up on what Frank Miller did and perhaps maybe push further. But then you have these people who are copers, like I was. They cope all the time, who say, okay, all these storylines are considered to be definitive versions of the characters by the masses, and they don't think why that might be the case or what might be the historical context behind that decision. But they just see all these lists that all repeat the same thing, which is The Dark Knight Returns, The Killing Joke, and all these stories. They are the best depictions of the character. And so they just take that as like the definitive version of the character. And then they end up having a more traditional view of the character at the same time. They're trying to have it both ways. Whereas I prefer Zack Snyder's approach, which is, and my approach, which is that we stay consistent. We're consistent at least. You can't say we're not consistent. And that's what I like, is that, okay, you have, at least you know what you're talking about. At least you have a basic comprehension of what it is that you read, which is surprising for me, because I honestly thought that Snyder did not know what he was doing. I still think he doesn't know what he's doing, because he's, in my opinion, he's adapting the wrong storylines, but he has a consistent view of media, and that's what that matters, is that he understands what's being sold to him, and where he and I differ is whether we like it or not, and he embraces it, and I prefer to usually disavow it.
You know, to like you want to, and it's because I care that I want to take him apart. Like, I want Batman. Like, people are always like, well, Batman can't kill, right? So Batman can't kill is canon. And I'm like, okay, well, the first thing I want to do when you say that is I want to see what happens. And they go like, well, don't put him in a situation where...
Yeah, so that's definitely what got him in trouble. When people read that, he said, well, if you say I can't do it, then I just want to do it, right? And here it's played out like he doesn't know how to say it, so he's just putting it in these very amusing words. He's putting it into amusing words, and you know, they have a laugh about it, so it's not like supposed to be dead serious. And so, but still, what he's implying here is somewhat serious if you're into character writing and what that means. Because let's just listen to what he says. Because, for example, people don't want him to kill, right? As a general rule. And I would agree with that, generally speaking. Batman should not kill, right? And so the response to that he would get would be, don't put him in that situation, right? And then here's how he responds.
Is I want to see what happens. And they go like, well, don't put him in a situation where he has to kill someone. I'm like, well, that's just like, you're protecting your God in a weird way.
Okay, yeah. And so that would be one of the arguments I used to make. It's like, and I still make that argument today. It's like, okay, these characters exist to serve some sort of purpose. If you have a character, if you have a Luke Skywalker, for example, you should not then turn him into a grumpy old man, just because you thought that there might be a different version or an additional factor there that might be involved that then might change him. No, that's not what the character was created for. This is why I take issue with the God of War series, the new one. And technically, I don't like any of the God of War games. I mean, just like going off of just like the character writing. I'm not a fan of like the Greek, mad all the time version of Kratos. I do think there's a appeal there that makes sense. But I played the God of War 2018, and I really did not like it. I did not like it at all, because it changed so much, and it changed the nature of who the character was and what his purpose was. Even though I didn't necessarily enjoy it, it was consistent, and and now you're going against that. Some people would say, oh, it's not going against it, it's providing further commentary on it. Yeah, but he's in the latest DLC, he's literally disavowing himself, his past self. So yeah, he's going against his past self. He is going, the new version of Kratos is totally different from what you had before. And it is meant to be somewhat, insulting, if you want to call it that, to the original version. And I'm not into that. If you have a character with a purpose, you stick to it. That's what characters really are. They are not these malleable versions. You cannot make. That's why I take issue with Elseworld stories, where it's like, oh, this Batman is a water Batman who can travel underwater. It's like, no. And he's drug addicted or something, like a Tom King character would be, a Tom King version of Batman would be. And it's like, that's not what Batman was created for. Stick to that and just try to create more scenarios, more interesting themes, but build them around that core foundation. And that's the approach you should have, really. Nimbus says the American alien message was separate to the... Oh, okay. I have to say, I have room in my love for Batman for a version that excused the act of killing when faced with a massive situation as he had in BVS, but not in general. Well, guess what, Nimbus? The version you're talking about, that's the canon version of Batman. The version where he's like a no-killing rule absolutist, that's the false version of the character. He's never been a no-kill rule absolutist in any version until very recently, relatively recently. That's like a what, a 2000s thing that's been added, maybe like late 90s, because he is quoted in the comics saying that he is willing to kill somebody, but only for self-defense. He says that in a comic book, more than just one comic book. And I'm not talking like Golden Age. I'm talking Daniel Neil Adams, the two guys who define these characters. Right? And so that was the standard version of the character. But then what happened? You had these writers in the 2000s who did not know what to do with the character. I think they were just being lazy. They realized that, people like black and white, people gravitate towards like these definitive stances. So you had, there was just like one comic book where Superman and Batman would have this philosophical conversation about killing enemies, and Superman would say, I don't kill, but I would be willing to go there, whereas you, Bruce, you wouldn't kill at all. And then Bruce would say, yes, I can't do it because I have a line. Once I break that line, I can blah, 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 blah. I can become somebody worse. That thing was, again, that was very much of a recent thing, 2000s thing, only just to kind of like create this fake duality, fake philosophical profoundness that was never there to begin with. It's trying to be more profound than what you actually have. You think you're better than what you had before, and now you're just trying to build on top of that. In reality, Batman would be willing to take that extra step to perhaps kill somebody if it meant there was no other way of going about it. And that is, in fact, that was always the version of Batman that persisted. The only example of him having probably meant to kill someone I can think of is KG Beast, when after beating him up, left him locked in a room without a means of escape. Yeah, I guess that could be one of those moments, but then again, it's like, he's a villain, so... And again, that's like another thing. People complain, oh, the Batman Keaton version, and I hate the Batman Keaton version of Batman. But the people who like it, for whatever reason, they say, oh, I like it, but oh, Batman kills in that, therefore it's an issue. Again, this was not an issue in the 80s. You're looking at it through a modern perspective on the character. So you're just kind of making up stuff at this point. And they don't even know it, right? Because they think that it was always they think that maybe Batman's no-kill rule has always been a thing since the 70s, for example. That's not been the case. It's like, okay, yeah, yes, he has a no-kill rule, but usually that stays true for almost every other character, like Superman, Spider-Man. They have a no-kill rule. But one day, if there's a situation that is going to take that split second, they will make that decision, and it's not going to go against their character suddenly. It's not going to become this philosophical question that you have to ponder. It's like, oh, did he cross the line? Did he cross some sort of line? No, that's not a conversation to be had. So again, it's a very modern thing to add that to the characters. Far Cry Lego says, only time I seen kill was in Final Crisis. With Darkseid, yeah. That was one instance, and it was controversial again. I think specifically because he used a gun and he killed someone. But again, it was during that time again. Like, try to find something where it's like 80s, 70s, right? Where he I don't think he kills anyone in the 70s. Well, probably there is some version. But again, it's been made clear that he doesn't kill, right? That's the rule, right? He doesn't kill, but there are exceptions to every rule. It's not this absolutist position that many seem to make him out to be, because if he is just an absolutist, then that would mean he is really insane. He is crazy, because that would mean he's too ego-centered. He's not doing anything to help the people. And that's just like an indirect thing that happens. He happens to help people just because he is helping himself by becoming this Batman. That's not true. That's not what the character is supposed to be. He's supposed to be helping others. And then through that, he is able to understand what needs to be done, right? And he's not this egocentrist, crazy person who needs all this attention to himself, all that mind capacity, or that, I don't know, all that thinking only dedicated to himself. It's like, no, that's not Batman. And yeah, let's see what Zach is saying next. I'm gonna have to end the stream soon.
Right.
In like 6 minutes probably. So let's finish this clip.
You're making your god irrelevant if he can't.
Oh, okay, yeah, let's go back a bit actually.
And I'm like, okay, well, the first thing I want to do when you say that is I want to see what happens. And they go like, well, don't put him in a situation where he has to kill someone. I'm like, well, that's just like you're.
Yeah, and Far Cry Lego, and that wasn't like a huge deal where it was like, oh, this is where it wasn't a controversy like it was in Final Crisis, because by the time you get to Final Crisis, people have this warped perception of the character.
You're protecting your god in a weird way, right? You're making your god irrelevant if he can't be in that situation. He has to now deal with that.
Yeah.
You know, if he does do that, what does that mean?
Okay, now as you can see, this sort of mentality of if you can't put your character through any scenario, you're gonna make him irrelevant. That's the exact. If you can't test the character in every single way that you can, if you can't test their moral compass, that means you're gonna make the character quote unquote irrelevant. And this is where the approach for Man of Steel came in, and for his Batman, but specifically Man of Steel, how he was just kind of just threw a dilemma at the end for Superman to kill Zod, and then it doesn't have any room to breathe in the movie. It's just there, so it was just poorly done. And yeah, so he's making a very general statement about just characters. But again, I would go back to the argument that characters serve a purpose. So you don't necessarily have to set them in that scenario, and it doesn't mean that you are protecting your god like he said it was. And maybe if you want to say that, yeah, it is, then I wouldn't say there's anything wrong with that. You should protect your characters. You should be able to protect their integrity as to what stories you're allowed to tell with them, so that it doesn't just spiral out into all these different directions, and then by the time you look around, it's like 10 different versions, and everyone seems to have their own, and it's valid, which is unfortunately what has happened with the character of Batman. Everyone thinks they have their own version, and it's hard to find that consistency.
What does it tell you? But does he stand up to it? Can he survive that? Right? As a god, as your god, can Batman survive that?
I never thought that was canon, that Batman can't kill. But
well, for a lot of people, it is.
That seems ridiculous given the circumstances in which he operates.
Yeah, well,
and all the weapons.
Don't read
that he
the
has.
comments right now. Don't read the comments.
Yeah,
this is like,
it seems ridiculous.
It's well, I mean, and there's this huge so in Dark Knight Returns, there's a scene where, and I copied it kind of in Batman vs. Superman, where he grabs the M60, he busts through the wall, and he grabs the M60, and he's like, the guy's like, in the comic book, he's like got this kid, the mutant has this kid with a gun to his head, and he's like, I'll kill him, I swear I'll do it. And Batman says, I believe you. And he shoots him straight in the head because it's like a no-win scenario. It's like the Kobayashi Maru of, the Kobayashi Maru is that in Star Trek, it's that test they put Kirk through
the image,
where
by the
there's a
way.
no-win, right? Because they want to see how you'll react, right? So they say, okay, we're gonna make a scenario, a test scenario where you don't win, where there's no way to win. And in that situation, we find out what you would do in a no-win situation. Because if you're going to be the commander of this spaceship, you're going to be in situations where, it's life or death. And
So yeah, that's essentially Zack Snyder's philosophy. He wants to put his characters through the ringer, and then he just wants to do whatever with them, and he wants to test them, test their morality and everything. But again, that's not necessarily what you're supposed to do with these characters. And he brought up a scene from The Dark Knight Returns, and I gotta say, this scene made sense to me when I read it. It's like, again, in the 80s, this was not an issue, because later in, I believe it was issue 3, he calls the guns the weapon of the enemies. And when I used to be a coper, right, when I used to cope all the time, when it came to like trying to, trying to maintain this perception that all these stories by Frank Miller are the perfect version of Batman, the go-to, it's like they're not. But even then, Batman is able to have this position where he's against guns and he's against killing, but at the same time, he is at least once shown depicting shooting someone and killing as an exception. And that made sense for the character, and it didn't become an issue because it made sense, again, in 1989 or 1986. I forget which year it came out. But yeah, and some people would say, "Oh, he didn't kill him." Yeah, it's a very clear depiction that he kills him. It's just look at that stain, and the way this scene plays out. It's like, believe me, and then he pulls out the gun. Like the dramatic effect in this scene is so deliberate. Of course, he kills him. It's over, and so it's like, stop just kidding yourself. Stop trying to find some kind of workaround. Like I used to do this all the time. I used to want to reinterpret certain scenes so that they fit my personal view, but you can't do that. You just have to take things for what they are. And I think it's better because then you have to ask yourself, well, why is it that way? And why suddenly people kind of like, you then look at it from a perspective of, okay, well then how come this was able to garner some sort of support? How come this was able to become so popular and renowned? And so then you ask yourself those questions, which get you closer to the truth, or at least closer to the idea of objectivity, I guess. And yeah, so I guess that's what we're gonna end the stream on. I think there's a lot of bits from the Zack Snyder interview that we could probably talk about in the future, but for now, that's going to be it. So yeah, we're going to do like what you guys said. We're going to finish the Arkham streams. And then once we're done with the Arkham streams for Saturdays and Mondays, we will then make Saturdays and Mondays the days where we alternate between Doom and the Red Dead Redemption series, which is honestly a great way of balancing it, I think. Thanks for giving me that idea. Great idea. Cool. All right. So thank you once more. I'm not gonna keep you guys here any longer, but you can always leave a like before you leave. And yeah, I'll see you on Instagram. I still gotta post some other stuff on there. But yeah, it's been a pleasure talking to you guys. And by the way, if you guys have any suggestions, if you guys want to watch a clip, like for example, this one time we watched a video of some YouTuber who has like 1K subs, and he created a video about how Superman are not friends in the MCU and how that's a problem. And he had like what, 4,000 views on that video. I don't know how I was able to run across that video, but if you have anything you want to kind of like discuss, or anything that you think might be interesting to talk about on the stream, send it over at any time, right? And I'll just play it during the stream. I think it's really, like, it can be any discussion, and I think it's going to be really fun too, because like, for example, like the whole thing with the Avengers being friends, that was really fun, I gotta say. So if you have any recommendations or requests, like I said, I think just send them away to me. And yeah, all right, and I'll be going now. So once again, thank you for showing up to the stream, and have a good one. But I see Hoske on Twitch all the time, and I just realized that he wrote a lot of stuff, so I'll just read his comments before we leave, so that he doesn't feel like I've just abandoned him. So let's see. Yeah, avoid Maiden Abyss. Yeah, I read that already. Don't be a biatch and finish the game. Of course we're gonna. Oh, you mean like the Tomb Raider game? Stand on business. Well, it's kind of like, I don't want to bore you guys, and there are certain types of games that if you play them, you don't want to bore your audience. And sometimes when I play a game and I realize it's taking with Tomb Raider, I realize that in order to progress, I need to invest a lot of my attention towards the game. And I don't know if that's fun for you guys to watch, And also, if Tomb Raider had like a more of a story element to it, and it doesn't. I mean, there is a story, but it doesn't, there aren't a lot of cutscenes or dialogues being thrown around. It's very much about exploration, and I love that about that game. But it takes a certain sort of mindset and approach that, having a divided, not having my undivided attention is really going to hurt my playthrough of the game, I think. And also the quality of the stream. That's at least how I've convinced myself. And if you guys say the Doom game is really easy on the brain, then I think that's perfect. And I think Red Dead Redemption is also going to have so many instances where, you're just gonna have a lot of time to kind of discuss what's happening, what the story of that's going to be. So I think there's going to be a lot of good stuff there to be had. Let's see what else you're saying. Finally, he's about to meet Croc. My dumb said meat, as well as meat. Oh, double E and one EA, meat. See, mate, I was talking about Arkham being finished. Oh, good. Yeah, of course I was going to always finish the Arkham games, so that went without saying. So sweet. Awesome. All right. In that case, have a good one, guys. Bye, Hoske on Twitch. And Far Cry Lego, see you. And Nimbus, thank you once more for showing up. Have a good day and night, or wherever you may be. Some of you are working, so hopefully you got to make the most out of your break. So once more, thank you for watching, and see you on Saturday. Saturday, and I'll try to make it the same time. Bye.